Drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. I never.
Hi. I can see it in my face already. It's going to be a fucking horror show today. Sorry for starting the stream with an F-bomb, but oh my God. So I think you guys know that I have like neck and shoulder issues or whatever. And I have a shoulder issue, and like I stretch, I work out, I do a little bit of physical therapy stuff. And sometimes I'll like unlock a knot or a muscle, and then it shifts my skeleton and all that stuff, and it's very painful. That happened last night, and so that was giving me a headache. So I woke up and took ibuprofen. But I also took ibuprofen, let's be real, in preparation for the content today, because this is going to suck. And what I mean by that is, on Twitter, Steven's tripling down. On Piers Morgan, he's tripling down. And then I watched the Tech Tone segment, which contained within it the hot take of, you know, when kids die, it's not really that much more tragic than when adults die. And it's like, all right, Steve. All right. and listen, I'm gonna put it to you straight. I think that one of the orbiters, one of the problems with having orbiters, okay, this is one of the challenges, is that when you're a large creator and you have orbiters are constantly doing a clout calculus, right? They just are. It's a part of the dynamic where if they have a criticism of you, they have to make it polite and entertaining enough in order to maintain the relationship. That way you guys don't hate each other's guts, and then you lose, quote unquote, access to the clout. We've seen this happen with Mr. Girl. We saw this happen with Lav. We saw this happen with Chud. We saw this happen with literally name any orbiter in any situation. Denims, Mike from PA. I'm trying to think of who else is in Hassan's orbit. But the whole point is that, like, the reason why you'll never see Mike from PA or Denims or Frogan seriously criticizing Hassan Piker, despite the fact that oftentimes he deserves it, is because they want to maintain access to his audience and they want to maintain access to his cloud. Then I think the reason why there were some resentments from Mr. Girl and from Lav and vice versa was because they wanted to maintain access to Steven while still being critical in ways that would make a relationship almost impossible. And so there was this brewing tension of how long do we stay friends while being hypercritical of each other, right? And so for me, I'm just telling you, I got to follow the truth, right? The truth is I see it. I'll try to be as polite as I can. I'll try to be as tactful as I can. I'll try to moral frog as minimally as I can. However, I just got to call a spade a spade. And when you got a bad take, you got a bad take. So it is what it is. So True Zealot says, ever try chiropractic? Most of it's pseudoscience, but I do find some release. Yeah. The only problem though is like I went to an OMT, a osteomanipulative therapist. It's somebody who's an MD. So they actually have a medical doctor's license, but they still do joint manipulation. And, I showed him my MRIs, I showed him my x-rays, whatever. And then he started doing like adjustments, but the adjustments were very small. He did get my sacrum. He did get my tailbone really well adjusted. He snapped something into place, which felt great. But he was trying to manipulate my neck. And he was like, listen, man, the only other people that I've tried to manipulate that were this stiff were corpses. Oh man. Christian Blair says, also Connor's early. I was expecting 9:40-ish. I mean, let's be real, that's kind of where I'm normally at, but I was awake anyway, so I just figured we'd just get cracking. Good morning, Gen X. Good to see you. Wow, man, 542. The tension can also cause orbiters to burn out and exit wholesale, the Rose Wrist and Booksmarts. Yeah, because they what was it? Rose Wrist probably was one of the most insightful and intelligent orbiters ever. And he wasn't particularly critical of Steven, but he caught a lot of shit for even being friendly with Steven because he was further left than Steven was. And so he just got annihilated for even being close. And then Booksmarts got drunk one day and he was like, "Oh, I think Steven's content has been unwatchable for 2 years." But I don't think that's true. With Booksmarts, or no. He said that Steven's content sucks compared to 2 years ago, and all of his current stuff is unwatchable. And then when he was confronted about that comment, Steven basically bullied him, and Booksmarts didn't stand on business. But I've watched Booksmart's streams. I watched them. And what Booksmarts was doing, now perhaps he oversold his academic credentials a little bit, but what Booksmarts was doing was he was trying to formulate like Twitch and YouTube politics into actual structured debates where he was trying to take, okay, this is your position. Let's write down the points and the subpoints. This was your position. Let's write down the points and the subpoints. Then let's fight out and see where they contradict and ultimately where reality is. And then let's see if there's even good lines of argumentation. But what he didn't realize is that Twitch and YouTube politics is not about having really good debates about really complex topics in order to arrive at a new understanding of the world. It's calling people dumb and fighting over definitions and weird sex dramas. So that was Booksmart's mistake. Was thinking the space could be better than it was. Christian Blair says, the only thing that matters is whether you believe Destiny is joking or not. I think he's joking. His joke's pissing me off, but he's joking. Obviously, he's joking. Tagarung says, wait, what was the latest Destiny slip? He's just being really fucked up about drowned kids. So that's pretty much it. It's just people moral frogging about dead kids, including me. I'm moral frogging. I still haven't gotten over how good your hair is. Thank you. Appreciate it. Razzle Smasher says, good morning, Connor. Good morning, chat. I personally didn't have a problem with Dee's joke and found it funny, but I certainly understand that it's provocative and definitely in bad taste. Yeah. Well, don't worry. We're all going to suffer. Christian Blair says, all of Destiny's jokes are in bad taste. If you're more angry at the edgy jokes and the hypocrisy and the incompetence of the Trump admin, red state admin, you can step into traffic. Damn, we're going to have a tough day today. Yeah, I'm not more angry at Steven than I am about the dead people. Like, for instance, I think you guys have been around long enough to know that one of my main talking points is that the cancellation of PEPFAR is going to kill 3 million people worldwide as a result of new HIV infections, or projected to. And that a new Lancet study that came out in the past couple of years said that the total dismantling of USAID and its programs is going to lead to 14 million international deaths that were all preventable from malaria, dengue fever, AIDS, et cetera, et cetera. I'm infinitely more furious at the Trump admin at killing 14 million people than I am at Steven for making a bad joke. You're right. I can still be fucking annoyed and think it's bad optics. So you guys can, you can sweep. It's your turn to sweep. Yesterday I was sweeping for Jordan Peterson. Day before I was sweeping for Jordan Peterson. It's your turn to sweep for Destiny. So Last Stand says, how would it not be a joke? Destiny doesn't even believe in God. Yeah, well, the real question is, what would Connor name his prison gang? I don't know. That's a good question. I'm going to have to think about that. Fashion 40 said he's joking. It's just very efficient jokes. And did you see the new Homeland Security tweet? What, where they were playing Send Me and God's going to cut you down? Yeah, I saw that. That was rough. Connor, I'm not addressing you. Laugh my ass off. I know you don't. I'm speaking into the ether. Okay. Rude says, can you quit calling her Steve? She's an independent black woman and earn the name Destiny. Maybe. We'll see. I'll bounce back and forth. True Zealot says, it's easy to make a claim or something is a joke. The real test is if there's malice. I think there is. Yeah, I think he's being cruel. I think he's being cruel on purpose. He knows that people care, and he's being rude to them because fuck them. Kay says Destiny is making those tweets, trying to get people to vote. He's engaging with his fan base and making himself and the hypocrisy a topic of conversation. Arguably, it's working because people are talking. Well, okay, and that's the steel man, right? That is the steel man. The question is, this is my question, and I'll repeat it probably a dozen times today. So, you know, I'm showing you my hand. How many more people is this turning off versus how many people is it motivating to vote? I don't know the answer to that question. Fungdark says, I mean, you're 1,000% right about bad optics. I can sweep and still be frustrated that he risks his political efficacy on this stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Then why? What? And that's the question. So the question is too, if Unfuck America, in my opinion, and Pangburn, who are the two people that are operating with Steven right now, they 100%, I'm not saying they're going to, but they 100% could say, this is too spicy for us. See ya. And then boom, you lose a whole team of people who are coordinating, getting you all over the country to do debate content for against Trump people. And then you also lose a young, energetic, cross-pollinating creator organization that is touring the country in order to motivate people for the midterms. So yeah, you're risking political efficacy for shits and giggles. So LB says edgy jokes are edgy, free speech. That no, LB. If I started saying all the Valor Media Network doesn't let me say the R slur. I'm not complaining too much, but they did give me an opportunity, so I can't complain about it too much. But no, and if I almost guarantee you, if I just like looked up, black jokes, and I just turned a 30-minute segment into edgy black jokes, then either you or someone like you would complain, and then I would be dismissed. So no, edgy jokes aren't just edgy. We're also talking about optics. We're talking about power. We're talking about money. We're talking about access. We're talking about dynamics. We're talking about like clout dynamics. We're talking about relationships. It's not just jokes. If you wanted to just say edgy shit, then just go be a fucking comedian. That's not what Steven wants to be. Some of the time he wants to be a serious political operator. Sacred Snow says, maybe the Piers debate will change your mind on the optics. I watched a bit, and it does a good job of pointing out, whoa, who really cares about the kids? The people who want to fund stuff to keep them safe and make jokes about the absurdity of the situation, or the people who pull safety measures to save money and give thoughts and prayers. Sure, that's the Steel Man, and we'll explore the Steel Man. Pelican says, morning chat, dark humor is good humor. Anyone who is turning off weren't going to care before anyways. That's bullshit. That's total bullshit. There's plenty of moderates and normies who would be turned off by this. Destiny is his own worst enemy. What he's been doing is just stupid. We'll see. We'll play with the Steel Man throughout the day. Let me give you my initial take before we get cracking. My initial take is Steven is Steven. He's a force of nature. And when you try to restrain Steven, he runs in the opposite direction as aggressively as possible. So it would actually not be beneficial to anyone to bring Steven onto the stream and wag their finger in his face, because the more you wag your finger in his face, the more he's going to do it to piss you off, right? However, there is an argument about political efficacy, audience cross-pollination, institutions that give you wealth, power, and influence that are perfectly fine with a lot of bad behavior, but will pull the plug once that bad behavior reaches a threshold. That's the argument. The argument is the balance between making cogent and precise political points versus people no longer being willing to work with you. And then there's a counter argument as well, right? And this is the counter argument that I'll be sympathetic to, is that Steven already succeeded in a lot of ways. He already has the audience. He already has tens of thousands of people who watch him daily. And he already has hundreds of thousands of a post-recorded audience. He already has the money. He already has the clout. So who should you listen to? The guy who is, jumping between 100 and 150 on a live stream, or the guy who gets 10K? Because who's more successful at the end of the day? I don't know the answer to that question. I'm trying to reconcile my morality and my perspectives on this shit with the drama that's going on, while still conceding that I myself might be, I might have my own foibles and might be a hypocrite. Christian Blair says nobody is not voting to seeing a Destiny tweet, and if they are, they need to follow an original traffic advice. Jesus Christ, Christian Blair, you're fucking quadrupling down on the spicy shit today, huh? If you object to people being associated with people who are laughing at drowned children, then you need to walk into traffic. That's a crazy fucking sentence. Unork says, ideally, when people see Destiny on shows like Piers, they would think, wow, this guy is deranged. He's making good points, though. I mean, that's pretty much his brand, right? True Zealot, the only people he'll sway are people that are already agreeing with him. Any normal human sees this and thinks that the movement is radioactive. That's going to be the balance today. Last Stand 456 says, I personally don't like the jokes, but it's not that big of a deal, especially compared to jokes that MAGA make. Sure. Kay says, the firefighter take was far worse than this. There's no disdain for the kids in his joke. There was for the firefighter, just my opinion. Maybe. Destiny is the vehicle for my hatred for MAGA, but stare into that abyss for too long and all that. Yep. Gen X says, no, I need Pangburn August 2nd in Houston. Destiny could turn over a new leaf and never make edgy jokes again, apologize, or play this both sides bullshit, and he would still be nothing more than the token liberal, while MAGA cons continue the same behavior. Okay. You can keep giving me you can keep sweeping. That's fine. I swept for JBP. You guys can sweep for Destiny today. Free speech protects us against censorship from the government, not from being judged by the public. True, Last Stand 456. True. LB says, in my best white girl, Valley Girl accent. Yeah, Connor, I didn't say it was a good look, but he's got the right to say it. Yeah. Wow, man, I don't think Destiny's edginess would turn away votes, but it would make creating the center-left, center-right coalition that much harder since he's the most visible good faith lefty debater. Yeah, maybe that's... wow, man, I didn't even think about that. But I do think that, yeah, like if I wanted to get... Because I actually would consider Donut Operator and that whole crew, Tectone, Electric Man, all that kind of stuff. I would consider them reachable right because they're kind of conservatarian. They like ideally, I would love to be on Unsubscribed Podcast eventually because I actually think that would be an audience that would be hostile to my messaging initially, but they might be reachable in the long term for all of the ways in which MAGA has totally fucked up and not only hurt and killed a bunch of people, but also, but also fucked over their priorities as well. So that's like, to me, that's like the reachable right. And so if I'm, swimming in Destiny's orbit, which is not a problem, it is what it is. Twitch and YouTube politics is a small enough space. Then they might just be like, oh yeah, fuck this guy, which is fine. That people use associations to judge people all the time. It's not a problem, but I'm just saying that it just makes that conversation and that relationship that much more difficult. Gen X says, Destiny has been saying unhinged shit for 15 years. I don't get why anyone would suddenly be surprised. I guess it's because the politics media takes him seriously, but like right-wing people say worse shit and they don't get canceled. We're going to have to debate that throughout the day. And what else was I going to say? I would say the shooting protesters thing was one of his most spicy moments, and that was directed, in my opinion, at a valid target. With the firefighter thing, I think it's directed towards an understandable target, probably a bad target, but an understandable target. And then I just appealed to the morality that I used for the rioter stuff in order to mentally justify the firefighter shit. But when it comes to kids, it's like, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? Now, we can admit when some of it's actually funny. Some of it is funny. Randy Chang says, could you do a whole SNL comedy skit where people just take edgy internet jokes literally? Yes, you could. Hey, Cotter, nice to see you, says Baka Buriti. Good to see you as well, brother. Sacred Snow says, I just can't be asked to give a single fuck about tone policing. The double standard is infuriating. Rather than have Chick-fil-A, then PEPFAR is just chalked up to bootstraps. Well, you can pull yourself up swimming lessons for fuck's sake. No, that's not how flash floods work. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm probably... Razzle says the image of Connor knocking back a Budweiser before noon is so violently American. Well, yeah, that might happen today. Christian Blair says you didn't say associating, you said voting. Yeah, I'll get into the dynamics. Don't worry about it. All right. Anyways, chat's popping off. Josiah's 1,000% right. What did Josiah say? Yeah. All right. Last one, and then we're going to get into it. Hoach says, Connor, you are a Florida man. Have you ever tried one of those kava drink bars? They are popular in Florida. Kava is a root from a pepper plant that helps with anxiety and gives a little euphoric feel. Could take Destiny to one. I'll try it myself. All right. Enough dallying. Let's get into it. Let me share the screen. Let me make sure we have audio. Let me select the correct screen. Let me move this over. Let me add it to stage. Let me remove it from stage. And let me do an intro. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction political philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and a Never Trump Republican. And today we are just going to suffer. My friend and internet creator Stephen Bennell II has gone on a series of tweets and jokes and comments related to the flash floods in Texas, effectively making fun of dead kids, let's be real, and then also the government response to the dead kids, and also the moral frogging from the right that has come about as a result of his jokes. And there is an actual steel man to hypocrisy. We are going to go through this, and I'm going to break down like the social dynamics, the clout dynamics, the like the advocacy and voting dynamics, all that kind of stuff, and also just probably criticize some of the jokes, some of the comments, and all that kind of stuff. Some people can call it moral frogging. It probably is. It probably is this just rubbing me the wrong way at some point. But you know, you got to tell the truth, and you got to call it spade to spade. So let's go ahead and bring up the tweets. We're going to start with the tweets and the jokes first, and then we'll get into some content related to the jokes and the tweets. So this is the one that kicked it off. And I do have to say that this is a insanely, weirdly funny, fucked up joke. It just is what it is. So, and I'm going to tell you where it rubs me wrong almost immediately. Kylie Jane Kremer says, I've been trying to wrap my head around how the flooding in Texas became so devastating so quickly. Why not evacuate? Then I saw this Lieutenant Government Dan Patrick and the Guadalupe River rose 26 feet in just 45 minutes around 4 a.m. So Kylie Jane Kramer is alleged to have been a Marjorie Taylor Greene simp who is basically accusing the river of being an unnatural, like Jews have laser beams thing, and being a conservative who doesn't take like emergency response seriously by supporting the slashing of the federal government and also state programs that might prevent the death. Stephen found it funny to say, I heard God killed those kids because they were using NordVPN promo code Destiny to get around the Texas porn ban. Frowny face. He was nice enough to put the frowny face in here. And by the way, this joke is related to 27 drowned children at a Christian summer camp. So, yeah, it's pretty fucked up. Now, I would say that's pretty fucked up. And I think a lot of other people are reacting that way too, because this was within the first 24 to 48 hours of the thing. So everybody's just imagining, you know, 100 people in general, but 27 children under the age of 10 drowning in mud and water. Shad's responds, Christ, you're such a piece of shit. Ralph, the Airborne Ranger, says, it's too bad you weren't in the riverbed when this happened. Ravelek says, I hope karma is swift and brutal. Grand Admiral says, you're such a shitbag. Ben Shapiro's bicep says, the Lord has a plan, and most of it is moving money away from weather services to help Micah B's usher in the second coming of Christ in Israel. Ben Shapiro's biceps gets it. John Dutois says, it isn't your fault your perverted sexual appetites were caused by being molested as a child, but standing on the backs of dead Christian kids to lash out at the only one who can give you peace isn't going to help you in the long run. I know Jean Dutois. That is Lauren Southern's videographer. Doomer News says, Destiny is so repugnant that his wife cucked him and left him. His only child hates him. Also, he loves licking other guys. Oops, gross. TPB. So anyways, the point is that you can get the vibe, which is effectively that, I don't know, 10%, 20% of the people are like, fuck this guy. Or excuse me, 10%, 20% of the people are laughing. And then they're saying like, oh, you know, like the steel man is that Republicans are dumbasses who cut their own social services, which is why people died. And then I would say 90% of the people are basically saying, Destiny, if I see you in person, I'm going to fist fight you. So that's the first joke. Then I'm just going to read all of them because let's go for it. Destiny says, anyone know the best place to hire illegal immigrants? Want to take my $200K in tax savings and hire as many illegals as possible and laugh while fat, lazy magatards rot away in their trailer parks? Awesome. Yep. Definitely going to build a center-right, center-left coalition out of this. Jesus Christ. This is the appeal to hypocrisy, which there's a better one later on. Steven says, hey, Donut Operator, because Donut Operator was talking about the Western North Carolina, the lack of response from the Biden admin to take care of Western North Carolinians after they got hit by a hurricane. And where are your tweets blaming Trump or Greg Abbott for the lack of preparation and response for the flood? You seemed like you had so much more to say at the California wildfires while blaming Gavin Newsom and DEI would be really pathetic if you were just weaponizing drowned dead children for social media likes. I get it. He's doing the same thing. Gavin Newsom says more than 7,500 firefighting personnel are on the ground working with local and federal partners to respond to California's ongoing historic wildfires. Donut Operator said, hey, dickhead, this is your fault. In reference to LAFD doing a diversity tweet, Donut Operator says, sounds like the top brass were super focused on preventing fires and definitely nothing else. This is in reference to a random promo video where kind of like a fat lesbian firefighter was, you know, joking about how if somebody was stuck in a fire, then they already made a series of bad mistakes. Yeah. All right. Anyways, continuing with the pain. That's Trump on a tariff thing. NordVPN says, hello, everyone. The tweet falsely suggests a sponsorship with us. No such relationships exist. We are reviewing the misuse of our trademark. This is actually pretty funny. This is the one part of it that I actually find just unironically funny, is Steven tagging a major VPN brand in reference to his fucked up tweet. And the major VPN, a lot of people thought that was real. So the VPN brand responded, but he didn't have an actual brand association. And in response, Steven doubles down. They will literally never be able to find me behind my NordVPN promo code Noah's Ark secured line. This is probably the funniest part of everything being so fucked up. Then It's a Gundam says, this is what being obsessed with politics does to you. Destiny says, don't ever forget, these are the same people who want to tell you jokes are back and they're laughing it up over families being destroyed via deportation, gay people being kicked out of the military, and friends being murdered in Ukraine by a genocidal maniac, all because they're too spineless to break with the inhuman machine that is MAGA. Don't ever let these vermin bully you into civility while they hide behind their veneer of convenient cruelties. So Miles says, look, have your jokes, but how are you comparing kicking out of the military who aren't fit for the job and deportations to people drowning? Then you try to gaslight people who have an issue with into thinking they're the ones in a cult. So this is going to be the response from the conservatarians. Is, you know, fuck you. But I think there is a point here. Yeah. So let's just say the reactions aren't positive again. Scrolling. We probably got like 3 or 4 more. Yeah. So, but this is the example though. Is Yeah, and this is a retarded fucking tweet. This would piss me off. If somebody said this to me, it would fucking piss me off. Maybe the kids weren't fit for camping near a river if they couldn't swim. Obviously, flash floods 26 feet in 45 minutes. The current is so strong it just drags you down and fills your lungs with with mud. That's why people think it's fucked up. It's fucked up. He's not picking on the government. He's not criticizing their response. He's making fun of the dead kids. Now, I said dead baby jokes when I was 17, but I'm 40. You know what I'm saying? Donut operator says, fuck you. Steven responds with a kid that's drowning. Awesome. Bro, your president is a rapist and like half of your lawmakers fuck kids. In reference to Benny Johnson saying something else. Here's the Tectone thing, but we'll watch that in a second. Here's him calling Kelly Jean fat. More pedo shit. And then he doubles down today. I think it was today. So this is where to the families in President Biden says, to the families in Southeastern Appalachia left reeling in Helane's wake, our nation has your back and the Biden-Harris admin will be with you until the job is done. Donut operator responded, I don't see you down here helping you old, decrepit, mentally unstable, geriatric fuck, which is obviously him criticizing the admin, not the dead people. And also, I do think that there's a point to hypocrisy here where Donut operator hasn't criticized the current admin at all. I don't think he's even criticized local government at all. And there was some arguments about the response being insufficient. So, yeah. There's almost a point here. Then this is content that we're going to have to watch eventually is Nick Fuentes versus Candace Owens. We will watch this debate today. You know God isn't real because if he was, it wouldn't have been the 100+ kids camping he sniped over the holiday weekend. Yeah, this is fucking... I'm just going to say this. This is like retarded fedora anti-theist bros first atheist arguments 17-year-old fucking argumentation. I get it. Like half of you are anti-theist fucking freaks, but this is fucking no. This is cringe in my opinion. Then I would say this is the last tweet. Destiny says, lol, remember when all those kids in Texas were drowning while you guys were racing horses across MacArthur Park for no reason in LA while Kristi Noem delayed deploying FEMA resources? Maybe this fits better. My body is a machine that turns children's lungs into water balloons. Homeland Security says, fire up the deportation planes. My body is a machine that turns ICE funding into mass deportations. Again, I don't like this joke. What it's responding to, I think, is tit for tat. If we're going to have the actual federal government doing cringe fucking teenage millennial fucking memes about mass deportations, then this is tit for tat. I hate this. This is like boomer millennial cringe, and this, I think, is an acceptable response to this. I hate this. This is repulsive. I hate this. This is repulsive. These are mirrors. So, and I get it. That's part of the point, right? He's holding up a mirror to the bad behavior that conservatives are. Like, look at this face. This face is like the fuck you, Steven. Fuck you, Steven. Fuck you for making me laugh at this. You fucking piece of shit. All right. Anyways, so in summary, Steven's being very spicy and gross about dead kids. It's getting a lot of people pissed off. 10% of the people see the irony, they see the humor, they see the hypocrisy, and as a result, they're laughing at it, and they're also, you know, holding MAGA people's feet to the fire about their own hypocrisy when it comes to being blasé about death. And then 90% of the people probably want to kill Steven, which I guess is an art form. That's borderline Steven's art, is getting so many people enraged that they're on the verge of murdering him. And then having 10% of the people be like, oh, there's a point here. That's an art form that Steven has mastered. Now, the funny thing too, here's something that I was thinking rolling up to this, is that oftentimes a lot of like cringe anti-theist behavior is related to anti-Christian sentiment, where not Stephen, where other safe, edgy liberals and progressives will exclusively attack Christians. But the truth is that Stephen has attacked other people, right? He's attacked Muslims. What was the Stephen? No, Destiny will probably be better. Destiny Islam block tweet. I'm not going to lie. I laughed at this too. I laughed. I'm a hypocrite. I don't even know if I'm a hypocrite, but I laughed at this. Destiny says, okay, I want to say I'm sorry. I'm getting a bit too spicy and disrespectful with some of my tweets lately. There's no reason to attack an entire religion. Going to chill on the religious commentary and just stream some Minecraft later or something. And then he tweeted the Minecraft guy hitting Mecca with a diamond pickaxe. This dude's going to get shot. Like Steven's going to get shot. He's going to get what do you call it? The guy who created Imagine, he got shot outside his apartment complex. John Lennon. Steven's going to get himself John Lennon. That was fucking crazy. You know what? I'm going to show you another meme too, because it's me. I used to like this page meme. Okay. So, sure. This is me right here. This is a lot of people, but this is me, okay? Man, this page, man, I don't know. This page used to be cool, but now it went too far. It made a meme that wasn't strictly in loading screen format, and now I don't know. I need time. Like that, there's a better version of this. Yeah, man, this page, I don't know. This page used to be cool, but now it went too far. It made fun of something that I liked, and now I don't know. I need time. This is me. So, yeah. I'm not saying there isn't hypocrisy. I just want to point out the dynamics of what's going on as maximally as possible. I'm gonna check in with chat before we move into the next one. I think the next segment I'm actually going to be able to make some points that hopefully will break through to you antisocial schizo freaks. But I guess I'm in Twitch and YouTube politics, so this is realistically this is my fault. This is my fault for expecting social normalcy out of Twitch and YouTube politics. My bad. So, all right, just scrolling up a little bit. Otherwise, I'm going to get lost in the sauce. Wow Man says, in a world where everybody thinks their cruelty is justified because reasons, all of us get further stuck in a death spiral where nothing gets done. Yes, Wow Man. Counter, love you too. I do love you. I hate all the sweeping right now, but you know, it is what it is. C-Dub says, in this moment of tragedy, I'm euphoric. Thoughts and prayers are better, I guess. No one said that. Fung Dark says, after Hurricane Rita, my grandfather got fed up with the intrusion of the FEMA agent and tore up the papers and rejected aid like a real American. He didn't bitch and paid for his own cleanup. Interesting. Haterade says, the NordVPN joke was funny and Donut wasn't criticizing the admin. He was just talking shit to Biden. No actual criticism. Biden's the head of the admin. I don't accept what you're saying. When you guys say something that, like, I don't have the time to break down every single comment. So sometimes I'll break it down, and sometimes I'm just going to say, I don't agree. Razzle Smasher says, I'm team anti-theist freaks, but I still parasocially love you, Connor. Good. Matthew Mendoza says, yeah, that's a wild meme from Homeland Security, but from Destiny, I hold a different standard. Yeah. Master of Darkness says, maybe the Old Testament should be more sophisticated then. Not our problem that it can be dismantled by simple arguments. That, Christ. Master of Darkness, I'm going to find you, and I'm going to kidnap you, and I'm gonna do the whatever the eye holders from whatever that movie is, and I'm just gonna strap you to a chair and make you watch Jordan Peterson mythological fucking lectures for like 36 hours. I'll make you see the light. Tiny about to have me reactivating my X account. Yeah. Yep. Sam says, did Destiny come out as conservative finally? He was never a leftist, lol. What about the past 20 minutes made you think that he was conservative? What the fuck are you talking about? LB says, mass deportations are far worse. That's something we can control. Natural disasters, we can only just get out of the way. No, that's not even Steven's point, LB. LB, fuck, you're going to trigger the shit out of me today. Steven's point is that there was money available in order to install an early warning system in that river, and local Republicans rejected it because they thought it was a way that the Biden deep state was going to further control localities. And so, as a result of rejecting that, his argument is that incompetent Republicans rejected federal dollars under the Biden admin that indirectly led to these deaths. And then there is a story that did come out where Kristi Noem specifically had to approve operations exceeding $100,000, and it took 3 days to get that signed approval. Now, there's a counter argument that Kristi Noem was actually on the ground in Texas the next day, but that doesn't mean that there wasn't a paperwork kerfuffle that delayed a response. Brandon Zero says, by the way, yesterday was a food Destiny tweet on Piers Morgan, and today is going to be the Epstein shit on Piers, and Destiny would be in as well. So we have a back-to-back Destiny panel debate on Piers. Nice. C-Dub says, problem is Steven's edgy anti-theist jokes get lost from the actual point. I agree. Dark King says, I genuinely think Steven doesn't at all care about the kids, just the political fight, which given how much of his audience just follows him is very sad. Well, and we'll see some of that sociopathy in a minute. Yeah. All right. Haterade says, if it were trans kids, MAGA would be going hard. Also, good morning, Connor. Yeah. And by the way, if you want to hold up an ugly mirror to various social media personalities, I think that's fine. I think the problem so far is that you have not found me an equivalent tweet specifically from Donut Operator or Brandon Herrera. But I remember when the trans kid committed suicide and they took a picture of the bridge. I think it was in New York, and they were like, wow, what a pretty view. And then the story the next day was that they had committed suicide at that bridge. And then MAGA influencers, bear in mind, it was distant right-wing freaks, but they went to the bridge and actually they drew soy jacks and posted it next to the flowers and the candles and the funeral arrangement that was on the bridge. Not the funeral arrangement, but you know what I'm saying, the shrine. They went to the shrine and they posted anti-trans suicide wojacks at the shrine, which is like, how fucking cruel and sociopathic and fucked up do you have to be? But the whole point is that if you think they would just be like, oh, it's edgy humor, bro, and then Steven's doing the same thing. Well, if I'm getting pissed off at the former, then I can get pissed off at the latter. There's no hypocrisy here. You're really going to work that white Christian males are under attack kayfabe? I don't know what that's in reference to, but sure. My falter ego says Destiny's right. All those anti-woke free speech guys are showing their hypocrisy. All right. All right. A couple more, then we're getting back into it. Destiny is basically John Lennon. Yeah, and if he wrote Imagine, I would do something about that. Melody says, if you make fun of a religion with people that are known for killing people who make fun of their religion, that person will basically make fun of anything, lol. I mean, you got a point there. Silverjack Man says, I've learned that some online creators' personalities who are thoughtful, well-read, and personal turn into absolute psychopaths when you give them a Twitter account. Yep. Connor will just give into the depravity eventually. Nope. Christian Blair says, Connor was expecting this chat to have the same feels about Destiny dissing the Texas kids versus Destiny dissing the Pally kids that were blown up into a million pieces. Yeah. Yeah. Were all you guys like freaking out about like Palestinian kids getting blown up, or was that also just funny? Wow Man says, edgy humor is like a creepy uncle at a barbecue. It's funny until it touches you. Nailed it. There's also a parody called Clockwork Orgy. I hate you. Why did you say that to me? All right, into the content. God. All right. So, like the stream, watch the VODs, comment on the VODs, super chats if you got them, membership donations if you got them, and engage in chat. There's lots of funny, weird people, especially today. And yeah, that's about it. Brandon Zero says, no, we laughed about Palestinian kids as well. Actually, I think we went harder on the Palestinian kids, Connor. Well, Brandon Zero, you guys are just fucked up then. You guys are just dicks. Like, you guys are just fucking antisocial fucking assholes. What do you want me to say? Like, listen, I don't know what the dead Palestinian jokes were. And I'll admit that I think like some fucking joking about tragedy is funny, and I'm probably a hypocrite in that regard. However, like, you know, there's like videos that I saw within the past 6 months where it's like an airstrike blew up like a teenager. And so they're walking out with the leg of a very obvious adolescent blown to shit with their ass cheek hanging out. And I didn't think that shit was funny at all. I thought that was straight fucked up. So if you guys are looking at that shit and you're like, like, are you laughing at it because the joke is so fucked up it's absurd? Or do you actually think that a teenager with their fucking leg blown off, obviously dead, is funny? You know what I'm saying? Because if you think the latter is funny, or if you think the former is funny, yeah, that's internet humor. If you think the latter is funny, you're fucked in the head and you need to go see a therapist. Shaved Dog Butt says, by the way, if you don't want to read out my name, you can just say SDA instead of Shaved Dog Butt. I know, but it's funny when Shaved Dog Butt is funny. So, all right. Anyways, let's do the next one. All right. So this is kind of continuing the segment. I'm not going to break this up because we're only 40 minutes into stream. But effectively, Tectone is one of these conservatarian bros who was offended by Steven's joke. And I think that Steven is unnecessarily abrasive while still making a point. But then there's 2 or 3 points in here that are actually fucking stupid. And so I'm going to criticize those 2 or 3 stupid points. And if you don't like it, that's on you. But let's go ahead and add this to the stage and let's watch it.
That was a good. To be fair, that was a pretty good tweet. I think it was.
It's like
they have to have that dark humor because that they see is awful.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't be able to survive without gallows humor.
You have to have it.
You have to have it.
It'd be weird not.
Wait, is that the cock operator guy?
I just fucking mind blowing when people get offended by dark humor.
This guy did call out Steven. There was another guy who called out, or Donut Operator in this clip called out Steven. And then Donut Operator also called out another creator called NMP who made a fucked up joke within hours of the flash flood. And so, yeah, they're hypocritically moral frogging when they're also saying that like dark humor is necessary in order to survive in first response / military service.
Thankfully,
you can't joke about that. It's like, well,
Brandon Herrera. Yep.
that's what the people who've seen it joke about.
exactly.
Yeah, because otherwise you're just gonna head off, dude.
Yeah.
It's gonna get to you, and you're gonna be upset, and you're gonna do the sewer slides.
But legitimately, that's how you identify somebody who's never experienced jack fucking shit in their life, is if they get offended over shit like that. Because they're getting offended for people who would think it's hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think any of the 15-year-old girls thought, you know, like drowning, or 10-year-old girls, by the way. I don't think any of them thought it was fucking funny as their lungs were filling up with mud. So this isn't a 1-to-1.
At 4850 on YouTube, of Tectone's recent live stream, he spent about 5 minutes commenting on your recent Twitter posts.
Let's just let people help people. I mean,
Who's stopping anybody from helping anybody? I'm sorry.
Gen X being a fucking smartass. It's bad. What do you want me to say? I hate you. Brandon Zero says, I remember one of the jokes being around, hey, at least they were blown by a rocket, not by a strapped bomb or something around that. Jesus. Christian Blair says, the joke is funny. The circumstance isn't. I should have explained that, or I shouldn't have to explain this. Yeah, you should. Yeah, you should. There's no differentiation. There's no differentiation there. As a matter of fact, Steve's about to say some of the most sociopathic fucking shit you've ever heard in your goddamn life. So, yeah, you do have to differentiate. Sorry. Anyways.
Are my jokes?
Make a quote retweet on this post about, this is what you're quote retweeting. Ransom supplies out to Kirk County with Brandon and met up with West Verdell. This is right around the corner from
Like, why is it so funny when it's involving any group of people that aren't you?
Okay. This is what I'm going to say. If you want this line of argumentation to be relevant to me, because I'm not, I don't have 80 IQ. I'm actually a fairly smart fella. And you guys should be smarter in my chat, by the way. You should all have 3,000 IQ. You can't hold groups accountable for hypocrisy. There's hypocrisy within every group. So, conservatarians in general being callous about mass deportation or people dying of AIDS or people dying of dengue fever or malaria, I could go to Rob Noor or Phil Labonte or a few other people and I could say, oh, you're moral frogging about these, 27 kids who died in a flash flood. I told you about probably a few million kids who are going to die of AIDS and you didn't give two fucks about that. So you're being a moral frog. I can 100% do that. However, what has Tectone specifically done? What has Donut Operator specifically done that shows that they've made fucked up jokes about, dead people within the past 12 hours? You know what I'm saying?
Like, I wish these people would extend for like 2 seconds. Like, it's unreal to me that they'll look at like, oh, look at these people getting deported. Oh, look at these people dying for wildfires. Oh, look at it. And then when it's there.
Who did that? Right? Was it any of the people you're criticizing?
People are like, whoa, bro, those are children. Those are children, bro. Are you in Texas, bro? These are Texan children. These are Texan children. Like, if that's going to be your approach to things, then fine. But in that case, how can you not see how insane you look, not to extend that to any other group of people besides?
People are inherently tribal, so this is unsurprising. It's unsurprising that, like, tragedy, the closer it gets to you, the more sensitive you are about it. It's just true.
It's whatever you personally care about. Like, it's so unbelievably fucking short-sighted.
Yeah, missing, where 20 to 25 little girls went missing. Miles and miles of cars, trees, homes piled on top of one another. First responders was a huge holiday.
Also, no offense, as a kid haver myself, kids, all right?
Nah, and this is where he's losing me immediately. Okay, let's go ahead and listen to what he has to say, and I'm going to pause it and I'm going to break it down.
Listen, kids dying is tragic, sure, but it's not magically infinitely more tragic than like 20 or 30-year-olds dying. The fuck? What? Yeah, children dying is sad, okay? Some children are assholes, all right? They are. It's not like every single child is like this innocent beacon of pure bullshit, okay? Some kids are dicks. They grow up to be dicks. They don't just become them, okay? They were made that way at a very early stage in life. This idea that you're supposed to magically care more because of some age, fuck you.
All right. I'm going to say this right back to Steven, because it's just banter, guys. It's just banter. All right. I'm going to try not to be ass mad while I'm saying it. Okay. He said it in a spicy, frenetic, funny way. Okay. I'm going to say this back. Anybody who doesn't have the fucking brain of a goddamn lizard understands subconsciously that we are more sad about children dying. Anybody who thinks about it for more than 15 seconds can understand why. It's because that life is an experience. We have a limited amount of time in order to enjoy it. And so if you're 80 years old and you already lived your life, you only got a year left. So most people, if you die from some weird thing, they don't feel bad for you really, because the truth is that it was either cancer, heart attack, or you died in the flash flood. That's why it's still bad that an 80-year-old died in a horrific way, but it's not as bad as a 30-year-old or a 40-year-old, because the truth is a 30 or a 40-year-old had more of life to experience. Then when it comes to children, yes, individual kids are fucking assholes and they're going to grow up to be pieces of shit. However, there's still potential. there's time for change, and there's time for exploring that potential and becoming something new and different. And there's also time for experience. So basically, saying this in reference to specifically 27 under 10-year-old girls, it's like, number one, it's probably the most subconsciously thought of innocent demographic on the fucking planet. And then number two, it's so gosh darn obvious why people would value children over 30-year-olds, over 80-year-olds, that all he's trying to do is he's trying to encourage you to be more sociopathic. That's all that's going on. And by the way, you guys can be sociopathic, but I'm going to call you sociopathic fucking freaks, and I'm going to point it out when he's encouraging you to be more sociopathic. Okay? Steven, the other day, there was something in reference to J-Stock where he was like, when have I ever been a sociopath? You know, when have I ever said anything sociopathic? You know, what DMs could you possibly show where I'm being a sociopath? I'm just going to say, this clip is sociopathic. It is. I'm not saying that as like a moral indictment, like, oh, Steven's so bad, he's pretty much Pol Pot. Obviously not. However, that clip is sociopathic. If you don't understand that, you're emotionally retarded.
Retarded. It's so stupid.
Weekend where hundreds of out-of-towners staying on the riverbank, which means they really can't give a solid count of people who are actually missing. This community is going to need support in the following days. Keep an eye on how to help. We'll try to figure out more tomorrow. Heading back in a couple hours. I don't know what inspired you to schizo out on this guy, but it's really not that big of a deal. Like,
true, it's not that big of a deal. It's just a joke.
I'm sympathetic to that part of it. The incident is more important than Steven's stupid joke. And the reaction should be, it's a stupid joke, move on.
So you look at it, and if you don't think it's funny, then move the fuck on. It's so simple. It's so easy. It's so easy to just not obsess over things that you think are funny. Then just move the fuck on. That's it. Easy.
come on, man. It's just.
There's parts of it that aren't funny to me. There's parts of it that are very funny to me. And it pisses me off. I think that's actually why it's probably a really good dark joke, is because it simultaneously pisses me off and I have to laugh at aspects of it. Specifically, NordVPN fact-checking the tweet, I think is objectively funny.
Come on. This is an exhausting, non-necessary streamer drama, and it just feels.
My real IQ is 132, but let's be real, it's probably 120 now because I've taken so much psychic damage and physical damage over the years. This chat's IQ is 3,000, though. Mineral waterboarding.
Feels tiresome.
It feels tiresome? You're so tired. How isn't Tech Tone supposed to be like a super edgy dude? It's just so tiresome when it's applied to you. Like, you understand that you sound like every single soy fuck, like non-binary LGBT person. Like, why do people have to make homophobic jokes all day? And why do people have to joke about blah, blah, blah? And you're like, dude, it's just a joke. Get over it. Dude, why do you care so much? But now when it's about kids that aren't even, you're not even related to these people. What, like, I don't understand. What, were they future potential victims for your dad? Or what do you?
That's funny. But guess what? They're fucking Americans, right? So I have sympathy and empathy for the Africans who are going to die from AIDS, and I bitched about it endlessly on stream. I have sympathy and empathy for the Ukrainians who are getting fucking bombed. I bitched about that endlessly on stream. I have sympathy and empathy for all the people that were fucking over internationally in East and South Africa who are going to die of dengue and malaria. I've bitched about that constantly on stream. So yeah, the level of sympathy and empathy that I've had for Africans and that I've had for Ukrainians and I've had for South and East Africans is the same. I'm actually probably going to have more sympathy and empathy for Americans because they are a part of my tribe. They are a part of the national organization that I am a part of, and I care about them inherently as human beings, but also as fellow Americans. Anybody who isn't a fucking lizard brain understands this.
I don't understand what is the connection here? They are so personally fucking offended. Like, what the fuck? It's so stupid. Holy.
Yeah, to me, this is liberal brain rot. Again, chat, you don't have to agree with me, but you are not an island. You are a part of a community. You're particularly antisocial, freakish, online part of a community, but you're still a part of your city. You're still a part of your county. You're still a part of your state. you're still a part of the United States of America. And even if you're European or whatever the fuck, that still stands true for whatever system of government you already have. And you should have sympathy and empathy. You are not a rugged individual. So this whole line of argumentation is also, I'm just going to say it, it's fucking retarded. It's fucking retarded lizard brain sociopathy.
Holy shit, grow the fuck up or maintain a consistent position and don't
I am. They might not be. I am.
make those jokes ever. Just say, we don't do edgy humor here, guys. Not, we do edgy humor for every single fucking group of people, except for the ones that I personally get upset about. Like, Christ, you guys will fucking talk about God's judgment and everything, and these motherfuckers were killed at like a Christian camp in Texas, all right? Listen, if God was going to command any kind of natural disaster to happen, seems like it would be right here, all right? Jesus.
And again, this is like fucking 14-year-old edgy anti-theist understanding of God. So literalism is cringe and stupid and dumb. Anybody who doesn't understand like the symbolic, mythological, or metaphorical components of religion, you're trapped as being a 15-year-old. And I am shocked at the lack of sophistication of this analysis.
It really does. It's just tiresome. Like, let's all do some collective growing up.
Oh my God! From this guy?
Again, I don't know what Tectone has done previously. Okay, so if Tectone is like, ha ha ha, suck it, Palestinian kids, I hope the IDF carpet bombs you, then I think it would be okay to call him out this way. If Tectone was like, ha ha ha, Ukrainian kids, you're just a bunch of fucking dumbasses, eat Shahed, rocket drones, then I would accept this. If he's like, ha ha ha, get wrecked, $6.5 billion a year prevents you from getting AIDS. If you get AIDS, you're just a dumbass. If those are like Tectone tweets or statements on stream, then I will accept this level of criticism from Steven. But I don't know Tectone well enough to establish that that is his sense of humor or aligns with previous statements that he's made. So again, this just feels kind of like, without specific evidence for Tectone's sins, I can't sign off on this.
From this guy? Really? Yeah, this is okay, you know what?
Hold on. Brandon Zero says, Cotter, in this case, is being accurate. Tectone has been banned for doing multiple anti-gay jokes on Twitch. So for this video, I think he is the one being against Tectone. I'm sorry. What were the anti-gay jokes? Please explain to me what the anti-gay jokes. Was it the Colorado shooting happened and he's like, ha ha ha, God's judgment has smited thee, laugh my ass off, get fucked. Was that it? What did he laugh at the Pulse nightclub shooting? What anti-gay jokes did Tectone make where this is considered reciprocal? I'm starting to think you guys have fucking autism. I really am. And no offense, like my wife just told me the other day that she thinks that I have autism. But come on, man. You guys are sweeping. I'm just saying it. You're saying I'm sweeping for JBP. You're fucking sweeping so goddamn hard today. You're sweeping so hard you might as well be mopping.
But I respect it. Because it sounds like Tectone, okay, is turning over a new leaf. And no more edgy humor.
That's not what he said.
No more.
Let's do some collective growing up.
No more racist, homophobic.
Nobody said that, by the way. There's a spectrum of jokes, okay? If I make a joke about lynching black people, or if I make a joke about like the pizza joke, where a pizza is able to feed a family of 5, very clearly there's a spectrum of racial humor where one of them is effectively laughing at hate crimes and the other one like hate homicides, and the other one is making a joke about like financial instability in the black community. They're both edgy, but one is clearly edgier than the other.
Whatever, xenophobic, no more. He's gonna.
And rather than just say, yeah, but dude, isn't this literally hypocritical? Guys, isn't this guy literally being a hypocrite right now? Like, guys, hello? Are we all seeing this? Are we all seeing that this guy might be a little bit of a hypocrite right now? Like, guys, we might need to call the police on this guy. What are we doing?
And by the way, Steven's treating Tectone like Tectone is being a fucking hypocrite here, or like he's an asshole for being sensitive. But Tectone is literally saying like, hey, I'm going to try to grow up and also chat. I'm pretty sure what he's saying is don't freak out on Steven. I'm pretty sure that's what he's saying. So this is the exact mature response that I would expect out of somebody who actually is sensitive about the events, but realizes he's being sensitive and is trying not to be a dick to Destiny. So Destiny continuing to be a dick is kind of like, what the fuck, man? He's literally saying like, don't freak out. Like you can be upset, you can be pissed, but don't freak out on Steven because we all do this shit.
Genuinely, NordVPN even replied, what's this? NordVPN, hello everyone, this tweet falsely...
He's gonna read.
Yeah, so Dark King 360 says, not gonna lie, the comment about not caring about kids made me unsubscribe. Yeah, it's fucking lizard brain sociopath shit. So there are hundreds, 100 and change people in my chat right now, who are, and 90% of them are like, oh, it's not a big deal, it's edgy humor. Right wing does this shit all the time. They're a bunch of hypocrites. Fuck them, lol. But I am wondering how many people exist like Dark King where they're like, yeah, too far. Fuck this guy. You know what I'm saying?
Times. What intern woke up to my tweet and they're like, oh, fuck.
They suggest a sponsorship with us. No such relationship exists. We're reviewing this.
Okay, Rob, you fucking psycho. I don't know. One of these kids was Ted Cruz's neighbor. Solid 50-50 on whether or not she was horrific. You're fucking retarded, Rob. I love you. Sorry for the ableist slur. Sorry, Ken. Sorry, Jesus. Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Commander Haircut. I don't know. One of these kids was Ted Cruz's neighbor. Solid 50-50 on whether or not she was horrific. So, Rob, you're going to have to tell me right now, and I don't even think you're going to know. So this is more of like a question, okay? Are you saying this as a joke where you're like, lol, somebody I hate was neighbors with one of the people dead, so 50-50 shot that this kid who's under the age of 10 was a piece of shit? Or are you fucking serious? And this is the exact point. This is Rob, thank you for writing this down. Is I don't know which part of this is true, right? You can fall back on it's just a joke, but it feels like there's an underlying current of malice where you're like, these kids were in a red area. They were going to grow up to be conservative and vote against my interests anyways. So as a result, I don't feel bad about them dying, despite the fact that they're girls under the age of 10. It feels like a way to look at something horrific, categorize it in such a way that you don't have to give a shit, and then be callous in public so other people can, one, laugh, but then two, they might agree with you. And they might be like, yeah, fuck it. You know, future conservative, who gives a shit? That's what that feels like to me. So you can answer that question for yourself, and you can answer for me in chat if you feel like it. But you actually just, Rob, like, I'm going to thank you. Even if you're joking, you just demonstrated why I give a shit about this. Wowman542 says, Destiny's whole issue in this combo is Goomba fallacy. He keeps attributing the edgy jokes some MAGAs make to all right-wingers online, so he thinks they all deserve the heat. Yep. Fung Dark says, I'm emotionally R-slurred, and I understand that. Based.
Use our trademark. I heard God killed those kids because they were using NordVPN, promo code of Destiny, to get around the Texas porn ban.
Okay, listen. I heard God killed those kids. This is like 15-year-old fucking humor bullshit that actually turns me off. Thinking about under 10 or under 10-year-old, under 15-year-old kids fapping is also fucking gross. The NordVPN promo code, that's the part that I'm actually like, okay, that's funny.
That was a good ass tweet. That was a good. That, to be fair, that
yeah, fuck you. Fuck you for making me laugh.
was a pretty good tweet. I think it was.
Jesus. It's like,
Did you edit it? No, they either soft block me or they untag themselves.
the reason why I might not seem like my normal self, the reason why I might not seem like, oh, why isn't he going harder on this person?
Oh.
Because I genuinely feel if you are this up to say this shit, It's just a waste of time.
Like, do you understand?
No, fuck that, Dank Brandon. Connor, I think he does have sympathy for the kids. It's those chodes he doesn't give a damn about. Dude, listen to this clip. Listen to this clip, and I'm literally going to explain to you why I think you're wrong.
You're like radiating estrogen and soy right now, right? You are every single person that you've criticized for being too soft and too weak to be on the internet.
Show me those clips, Steven. DGG, feel free to DM me on Twitter. Counter Connor, COUNTERCONOR. Alternatively, if we're already friends on Discord, go ahead and DM it to me. Show me Tectone being callous and talking about like trans suicide and gay domestic abuse and anti-gay hate crimes and hood people killing each other and black kids killing each other and being like, lol, well, they were future gangbangers anyways. Show me that from Tectone. Please show me his sense of humor being that fucked up. Now, maybe he is. Maybe he's totally right. Maybe Steven is actually more familiar with Tectone's content than I am. And Tectone has almost one-to-one fucked up humor about black kids, Mexican kids, gay kids, whatever, getting fucking smoked or being destroyed by reality. Maybe that exists. Maybe I'm totally off. But in order for Steven's line of argumentation to work, Tectone individually should be guilty of that crime.
And too much of a cupcake and a snowflake and a little baby that can't handle. I'm sorry, where was it? Hold on. What did we just watch 2 seconds ago?
They have to have that dark humor because that they see is awful.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't be able to survive without gallows humor.
You have to have it.
You have to have it.
It'd be weird not. It's fucking mind blowing.
All right, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you the gallows humor. Okay. Iraq, IED, hot ass 4chan green text. Let me see if I can find it. All right, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you the dark humor that these guys are probably talking about, which I agree I laugh at, and it's fucked up. Be on patrol in Iraq. Vehicle-borne improvised explosive device explodes a few blocks away. We go to secure the area, and I, a medic, go to treat casualties. Platoon sergeant is with me. He points to a smoldering buttocks. So effectively like a butt has been separated from a human body. The person whose butt is there is gone, okay? Looks at me and says, check out that hot piece of ass. Women are on their knees, throwing sand over their shoulders to mourn. I'm laughing so hard, I have tears running down my face. This is fucked up, right? It's fucked up. But I'll admit, the first time I read this green text and the first time I thought about it, I laughed. Literally 10, 20, 30 people are fucking dead. And immediately in the aftermath of a suicide bombing, they make a joke about the gore that they're seeing as a result of somebody dying. And they're laughing about it. And by the way, I think it's funny. So am I a hypocrite? I have no idea. There's like 10,000 contextual things that I could add for why I think this is funny, but I'm not going to like self-sweep. But this is maybe you can think about this, about whether or not this dark humor is as bad as, making jokes about dead kids. But yeah, like this is the kind of dark humor that I think they're talking about. Then I'll tell you as well, this is really not my story to tell, it's my friend's story. But effectively, he was a designated marksman or like a sniper on patrol. And they knew that there was this one area where guys kept planting bombs. And so they're patrolling it one night and they're just watching the road and it's like midnight. So some guy comes out with a giant shovel and he starts digging. And as a result, he's bent over. So my friend who's the sniper can only see his legs and butt. And so since he's digging in order to plant a bomb, he gets the order to shoot the guy. And he tells his commander, like, oh, I don't have, a clean shot. And he's like, okay, well, take it anyways. So my friend shoots this guy in the ass. The bullet goes through and blows off half of his wiener. And the person he shot ends up surviving. And so while he's telling me the story, because he's relaying every detail of the horror of shooting this guy in the butt, he gets dragged into a house. They go and clear the house, and then they discover that effectively this guy's taken a 308 to the butt cheek, and it exploded out the front and blew half of his penis off, and the guy's going to live. I was laughing. I was laughing super hard because I was just imagining an adult Iraqi walking around with a limp and half a wiener because my friend shot him in the ass. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. I'm not saying it's not fucked up. Obviously, it's fucked up. Still funny. So I'll share that dark humor can be hypocritical, I guess. But again, I have all these justifications like it's wartime. These people are trying to kill you. They're assholes anyways. We're worried about dying. We know it's fucked up. Like all that kind of shit. Whereas Steven is like, lol, it's just internet shit. So I do think contextually it's different.
When people get offended by dark humor, thankfully
you can't joke about that. It's like, well,
and where's Tectone in this, by the way?
that's what the people who've seen it joke about.
Exactly.
Because otherwise, you're just going to head off, dude.
Yeah.
It's going to get to you, and you're going to be upset, and you're going to do the sewer slides.
But legitimately, that's how
Where's Tectone?
you identify somebody who's never experienced jack fucking shit in their life is if they get offended over shit like that. Because
Oh, and by the way, I totally think that Steven thinks this shit is funny because of his childhood trauma. 100%. The reason why this is funny to Steven is because he has childhood trauma. Like I'm just saying, it's 1-to-1.
they're getting offended for people who would think it's hilarious.
Yeah. They have to have that dark humor.
It's just a waste of time, guys. Nothing's going to change. Destiny is far too smart Destiny is far too smart, far too good of a debater to be held accountable for the shitty ass jokes he tells.
That doesn't seem to make sense, but
And I just don't feel like bothering with it. I could sit here and I could bring up this, I could bring up that.
it's also funny because like I think he probably doesn't give a fuck about these kids, but because of like the whatever new fucking loser fat redneck white trash red group friend group that he's fallen into, he has to virtue signal about how much he cares. What did he tweet out yesterday?
No, and this is again where fucking I think Steven is a sociopath. And by the way, again, being descriptive, I'm not moral frogging about it. Let's listen to the full thing and then I'm going to respond.
That he was going to grab some fucking episodes of Sesame Street and go and try to find kids or whatever. Didn't he tweet out that he was going to go out? Like, give me a break. Get the fuck out of here.
What did he say?
About how much he cares. What did he tweet out yesterday? That he was going to grab some fucking episodes of Sesame Street and go and try to find kids or whatever. Didn't he tweet out that he was going to go out? Like, give me a break. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Oh, so he makes a pedo joke so he can't care about dead kids in Texas. Okay. No. There's actually a better clip later on to show why people care. All right. So the reason why people care is because number one, they're American. Number two, they could be Texan, they could be local, et cetera, but they're American. So they're part of our tribe. Number two, they're kids under the age of 10. So they're relatively speaking innocent. Number three, I can imagine going camping with my friends and family and then getting an alert, because I think the alert started going out at midnight, like, flash flood warning, blah, 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 blah. But the actual evacuation order didn't go out until 4. So I can imagine as an adult waking up to the little Amber Alert thing at 4 a.m, like seeing it and being like, we'll be fine. And then shutting it down, right? That's why. And so a little bit of negligence and incompetence on behalf of the adults local killed 100 people and killed 30 kids. And those kids didn't die well, by the way. They didn't, get euthanized instantaneously. They woke up to a wall of water rushing over them, their lungs filled with mud and water, and they fucking died over the course of 30 seconds to a minute as they lost the capacity to process oxygen. If you actually think about that, it's not a great way to go. And so I can be upset and sympathetic and empathetic to the people that died that way because it's a bad way to fucking go. So I have an emotional reaction to that. So just saying like, oh, you just care about it because you're trying to impress your friends. It's like, no, I care about it because it's fucked up. The same way that I imagine like an African mother holding her kid who has a cold and is dying because he doesn't have a fucking immune system because we stopped paying for PEPFAR, which is only saving the taxpayer $36 a year. The same way I give a shit about the African mom watching her child die is the same way that I care about the Texans. And the same way that I care about the African mom is the same way that I care about a Shahed fucking drone hitting a kids park in Ukraine and blowing up kids who are trying to go to school. I can care about all these things. And accusing everybody of having the same level of sociopathy that you do when it comes to fucking death is bullshit.
Like, it's such a virtue signal. I guess everybody just does this, huh?
No, some people actually care, and some people are fucking stupid and they don't care. They don't think. They think in tribal lines. They don't care about Africans because Africans are not a part of their tribe. They do care about Americans because Americans are part of their tribe. As a matter of fact, if you ask them, that's what they're going to say to you. They're going to say, well, Africans aren't a part of my tribe, skill issue, fuck them. Ukrainians aren't a part of my tribe, skill issue, fuck them. The human brain is wired for this.
This is all
what's the point? There's no point. And yeah, saying jokes equals unhinged. Got it. You almost made me mad. You almost pissed me off. You did. You almost got me, man. Good one. But yeah, it's just a little bit exhausting how people say, you know what? I really need some content right now. Why don't I just talk about dead children? Why don't we all doing some growing up? Shit ass joke Destiny, gay as fuck. Shit ass joke NMP, gay as fuck. I'm even going to give NMP the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to give NMP the benefit of the doubt. I think NMP is fucked up mentally right now. I don't think he's okay. I think he's genuinely fucked up.
Okay. I have like half a dozen people saying that the problem is that MAGA are literalists. Okay. Steven doesn't need to contend with the dumbest argument possible. As a matter of fact, Steven's strength is contending with the strongest argument possible. So, anyways.
And I think he told that joke because he jokes about everything. Horrible fucking joke. I don't think he did it maliciously. I don't think. I could be wrong. Right? I could totally be wrong. But yeah, genuinely, I don't know, man. I think NMP he's just got a fucking crash out arc right now. Yeah. That's just me. This whole thing is exhausting. Nobody's going to be happy with any way this can be addressed. But
like, there's nothing to address. If there's a joke you don't like on the internet, turn off the computer, dude.
This is the one line of argumentation that I'm sympathetic to is in the world, there are so many things going on. Is Steven being a fucking asshole that big of a deal? Not really. Not really.
Push the X button in the top right of your browser. You can even block me. No one is forcing you to see this. You're not being waterboarded in a room being forced to stare at jokes that you don't like about me.
I am. I have an overlap with DGG. I have to watch these jokes. You are waterboarding me emotionally.
Or from me.
My thing is, this is coming from the guy who plays anime gacha games. Can we all just grow up a little bit? And let's not go after the only people who are actually doing the most help in this space. And
No! That's the problem, you stupid
This is going to piss me off too.
motherfucker. Unless I missed a fucking new class that just dropped and you've got real life priests and paladins that can bring people back from the dead, this motherfucker.
This is autistic sociopathy. I've already listened to this. So get ready for another moral frog rant at the end of this.
Is not really helping that much. The kids are dead. They're never coming back. They're gone. Okay? Their little baby lungs filled with water and they're fucking dead. The problem with looking at.
Okay. That right there is just fucking sociopathy. I'm just telling you right now. Steven is smart enough to know what that means. He knows these kids died horribly. He knows they died bad. And he's just like, they're dead. They're gone. Who gives a shit? What do you want me to say? It's bad. That's sociopath shit.
This stuff, like I'm going to go out with thoughts and prayers and maybe a couple days of service, is that you have to solve these problems ahead of time. You have to prepare.
My Falter Ego says Tectone only grows up once it affects him. His empathy and sympathy with the pain of others didn't exist until it hit home. Yeah, no shit. That's the way 90% of people operate.
For shit. You can't sit here and constantly destroy like every single part of any part of our system that functions, and then when some motherfuckers die, be like, oh, it's okay, I'm gonna go out and do something and fix it. Fuck you. Like, it's so stupid. If you care, if you actually give a fuck about the issues, then you should do something about the issues, not go out afterwards and meaninglessly fucking volunteer because he's not saving any fucking lives and he's not bringing anybody back from the fucking dead. It's
okay. This point is fucking retarded, and I'm gonna tell you why. Oh, what do they call it? Louisiana Hillbilly Fleet? The Cajun Navy. Okay. The reason why this is fucking stupid as shit is because, yes, I agree with Steven that slashing the social safety net and causing needless death is fucking stupid as shit. I also agree that there's a problem that he's going to point to later on where the state government rejected federal funds that eliminated the early warning system that would have told people to evacuate in the creek area. Allegedly. I don't know if that's true. I've just heard it said a few times, okay? However, there are more problems than just death, all right? People need, especially in emergency situations, if the local grocery store is flooded, if the local grocery store doesn't have food, if the local grocery store doesn't have water, most people don't have that much fucking food. If there's people who are stranded on top of buildings. By the way, one of the people who's being celebrated in this disaster was a Coast Guard Navy diver who effectively found 165 stranded people and started evacuating them, 5-10 at a time via helicopter, right? And then there's also volunteers who went out with fucking boats and shit. And this is the Cajun Navy. I think they were created after the Hurricane Katrina disaster, but they've responded to multiple disasters in the Southeast and have evacuated people who the government didn't have the resources in order to locate. So no, like I fundamentally fucking disagree with if there's a disaster in your community that you cannot yourself respond and do some level of human good. It's the classic fucking parable that I always used to tell Twitch Poll about. What is it? There's tens of thousands of starfish that have washed up on the beach, and a kid is running around throwing them back into the ocean. An old man, this would be Destiny in the metaphor, says, there's too many of them, your efforts don't mean anything. And the kid says, it mattered to that one, and undeterred, he picks up another starfish and throws it back into the fucking ocean. Now, ideally, should we have the organization of starfish rescue quick reaction force that is willing and able to respond in emergency disasters whenever this happens? Absolutely. I 100% agree. From a technocratic perspective, we should absolutely do that. But when these things happen, should individuals on a moral basis feel compelled to act in order to help out their community? And by the way, we have several communities here. If you're local to Texas, then those are fellow Texans. If you're an American, those are fucking Americans. Should you help those people on an individual basis as well as on a governmental basis? 100%. And this is one of the criticisms of the fucking left, by the way, is that, no offense, but you twats think that paying taxes is enough. That all you have to do is just pay taxes and then it's somebody else's problem. Nope. Donate blood. Go to local cleanups. Volunteer in your community, and when an emergency disaster fucking happens, go help out, and don't be a fucking piece of shit. Steven makes a good and coherent point after this, but I have to say, I do find this objectionable.
It's too late at this point. Jesus.
Death isn't the only problem, and it's completely naive to think that death would be the only problem. He can say, of course, I know that. But that's not the point that he's making right now.
Let's all just shut the fuck up a little bit. That's pretty much it. How about we just shut the fuck up a little bit? Yeah. It's embarrassing. It is. It's embarrassing. And the only reason why I'm even remotely talking about this is
because I have friends that are on this side of the political aisle, and I have to show my loyalty and to signal how much I belong to this social group. The same thing that I used to shit on other people for doing all the time, but I have to do this now because I have to let them know that we all are of the same,
Yeah, no, not everybody is a sociopathic fucking clout chaser. He could actually give a shit about this, and just because it's retarded, sorry, again, for using an ableist slur, sorry, Ken, sorry, Jesus, sorry, Mom, sorry, Commander Haircut. Just because he's being dumb by only caring about it once it affects people that he cares about, that's most people. Most people are tribal. Most people don't care about world events until it affects them. That's most people. So you're contending with the psychology of the human species. Grey Jedi says, I don't like that when I say making jokes about black people is bad and I'm called woke, victim, etc. But in this case, we have to take a step back. Okay. So if I make a joke about, like I said, the pizza feeding a family of 5, is that comparable on the spectrum of jokes in reference to drowned dead kids fucking swallowing mud? I don't think so. And if I make a joke about Emmett Till, is that comparable to the other joke? Right? Like no. Obviously, there's a gradation that you can grade. And no offense, you guys are kind of pissing me off, but it's okay. The same way in which you were offended by the jokes that MAGA was making, and now you're saying turnabout is fair play, the only reason why you're accepting this level of bad behavior is because it doesn't affect you. Because it's not your tribe. Okay, that's fine. But then guess what? They're going to say turnabout is fair play, and then they're going to make cringe and fucked up jokes whenever some gay people die, or some black people die, or some Hispanic people die. Right? Like in the Rio Grande, when Admiral Gibbs and fucking Rob Knorr were like, they weren't laughing. Rob wasn't laughing. But Admiral Gibbs, we were talking about how they set up like barbed wire and razor blades in the Rio Grande River. And there were people who tried to cross it and they got caught in the barbed wire and died. And they were like, yeah, good. Fuck them. Sure. They can have that attitude about Hispanics, and then they can pearl clutch when people have that attitude about dead kids in Texas. But guess what? In my opinion, fuck you both. You know? If you're laughing at Hispanics drowning in the Rio Grande, and then you're laughing about fucking Christian kids drowning in a flash flood, fuck you both. You're both pieces of shit.
Social group and everything, and I don't want them to think I'm not standing by.
For all the drama frogs who want to farm this, who want me to crash out on Destiny, who want me to crash out on NMP, can you guys just donate on Venmo instead to the people who fucking need help right now? This is probably one of the most depressing situations I've ever been in, and it makes me hate this space a little bit more than I already fucking do. So if you can, just scan this Venmo code and donate some money.
Holy shit, I just had a fucking brain blast. I get it now. Hold on. I just had an understanding. When you say things like maybe tax cuts for everybody isn't the best thing. Maybe we should actually, fully fund our federal programs.
This is actually the coherent point that I like. Listen to it.
You'll always get some 85 IQ person whose uncle's was so far down their throat for 10 minutes when they were growing up that they have permanent mental dysfunction now.
Okay, not that part.
You always get somebody like this, TikTok will come into the comments and be like, if you think that taxes should be higher, well, then why don't you just pay more taxes then, right?
Hold on. Master of Darkness. God Da Vinci painting. Okay. So there are plenty of Christian literalists. So Master of Darkness says, seems like God either doesn't give a shit or he doesn't exist at all. Okay. So in the Da Vinci painting, very small penis, by the way. And I think they did that because the Greeks thought that big penises were uncivilized. So they carried that forward in their art. Or they just had small penises and they wanted to make themselves feel better. I have no idea. But this is God giving the divine spark to Adam. And so there are Christian literalists who believe that man was created in God's image. And so they literally believe that God is an embodiment of energy because he's like a perpetual being with a conscious who thinks like a human being, who, intercedes in history and could probably be visualized this way. However, if you actually study religion and if you listen to priests and historians and academics, that is the religious understanding of peasants, and they're using metaphor and symbol to convey ideas. God is the creative and ordered force of the universe. The Big Bang happened, and then all of the material universe could have flung out into nothingness, and nothing could have existed ever except for void and dust. But that's not what happened. What happened is the dust collected into gravitational bodies that then birthed life, that then had to compete in order to survive. And then over time, those things became increasingly complex to the point that they understood their own existence and were able to analyze morality. And so the actual argument is that we are reflections of God because whatever set the universe into motion and put things into order, it seems that we also like to put things into order, and we like to understand creation and existence, and that's viewed as a divine spark. So when you say whatever that thing is, it's like God is not omniscient because blah, 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 and God is not omnipotent, therefore blah, 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 and therefore if he's not omniscient or not omnipotent, then we shouldn't even consider whether or not God exists. I think that you have the, number one, I think that was from Marcus Aurelius, who is a brilliant man, by the way, but I feel like you have the spiritual analysis of a fucking toddler. And you think yourself to be like a master's thesis person when you don't understand shit about religion, spirituality, mythology, moral thinking, any of that kind of stuff. So the whole like 15-year-old fucking level analysis of religion and spirituality and morality and all that kind of shit that DGG is comfortable with because that's what Destiny is comfortable with, that's not my chat. So if you want another anti-theist, like, you're welcome to stay, obviously. But if you want another fucking anti-theist 15-year-old fucking God, I just understood that the Bible isn't literal 30 seconds ago. If you want that kind of content, I'm not going to be that for you. Okay? I'm just not going to be that for you. Just reading a couple of chats because fuck you guys, you're pissing me off. Brandon Zero says, LB sister, unleash your power. I am waiting for the cooking. Yeah, LB's always, we can always rely on LB to piss me off. Mineral Waterboarding says, if God real, why kid hella underwater? Checkers, mate. True. Vastly Blank says, I thought it was a dig at the MAGA fundamentalists that actually believe everything happens because it's God's will. I mean, yeah, that's probably true. Puzzlehead says, I can't stand Destiny. His voice is like nails on a chalkboard. I don't get it. It's because he's smart, he's charismatic, and he's funny. Christian Blair says, I'm so fucking tired of the double standard when it comes to Destiny and other MAGA demons with who 100% make similar jokes. MAGA audiences don't give a fuck about those jokes. Show me, Christian Blairis. You're so energized and you're so pissed off today. Show me. Show me Tectone. Show me Donut Operator. Show me Brandon Herrera. Or actually, I already have an example for Brandon Herrera. Brandon Herrera made a video like 2 weeks after the Christian trans shooting, but funnily enough, that was more in bad taste towards Christians than it is towards anybody else. So show me. You've said that multiple times. Show me. InPave says, show me him criticizing MAGA doing the same thing. What, Tectone? I think we've already conceded argumentatively that Tectone didn't care about any of this stuff until it hit home. I think we've already acknowledged that. Gray Jedi says, while it's whataboutism is pissing me off that people in the government and YouTube wear this edgy or worse when California wildfires happened but are finger wagging now. Did people even die in the California wildfires? How many people died in the Palisades fire? 12 people. Okay. Sure. Yeah, if there's something, if you can find me something similarly callous, then of course I'll say fuck them too, right? And by the way, it's not like you can't be fucked up about fucked up shit. Just expect people to tell you that you're a piece of shit. That's all it is. Again, Steven's right. It's not that big of a deal. If you're mad, say, okay, Steven's an asshole, and move on. That's like the sum total of the moral analysis. I don't think Steven himself would deny that he's an asshole.
And then the obvious response is,
matter of fact, that's probably the fucking point, right?
Well, if there's a 1,000-pound rock and I want all of us to go and move it.
This is the good point. This is the takeaway. If you're looking for something substantive in this segment, listen to this part.
And you say, well, why don't I go move it? I can't move it on my own. I can't even make it budge on my own. Me paying taxes on my own is not going to do anything. The point is for everybody to pay them, to fund your programs, to do what you need them to do. But I think they think that is the right thing, right? Like, is there anything that we could do to alleviate disaster-related stuff in the United States? No, but after one happens, you sure can go drive your F-150 down to the site and work hard on your own to help people.
This is not mutually exclusive, although I do think he's pointing to a real failure of fiscal conservatives. As an example, with the 6.5 billion for PEPFAR, which by the way is $18 per American and $36 total per taxpayer, because only half of our population actually pays taxes. So $36 per taxpayer. Somebody said, oh, well, if you care about AIDS so much, why don't you just donate to an AIDS charity? And the obvious implication is that there are already structures for PEPFAR that guarantees that this money is going to the right place, and that structure is currently rotting. So if I give $35 to PEPFAR, that's not going to do shit. Whereas if we give them 6.5 billion on an annual basis, they're able to build, keep, and maintain a really complex infrastructure. So this rock analogy, I can't move a boulder by myself, but cumulatively as an American population, we can move this boulder together. So we should move the boulder together, but if another boulder crashes onto a community, you should still go help clean up destroyed houses, get wounded people to hospitals, make sure everybody has food and water. These are not mutually exclusive conceptions.
Like, I think they actually think that just paying more tax on your own is like a good idea. Maybe they actually think that. Are you saying that as if this could have been circumvented? This is the first time I've heard about this flood stuff. There's 2 or 3 big things going on. One, regardless of whether or not, and I feel like it is to be determined.
Tigerung says now they get a taste while people were getting drug into El Salvadoran prisons and washing the racial slurs in non-funny contexts. It's all okay or none of it is. It's all okay to say. It's also all okay for people to call you a fucking asshole, right?
Or I don't know, we can never know the answer. Regardless of whether it was directly at fault or not, the fact that these guys are literally have cut 10% of the staff from the National Weather Service and are constantly fighting to defund these things, and then a natural disaster happens and it's like, oh shit, like could anything have been done to, give us more information? I don't know. We'll never know the answer to that. Now you have some knuckle draggers who are like, well, they were staffed appropriately at the time, but the forecasting and the staffers and everybody that are in charge of doing these long-term things, who knows how much that was impacted. But you're literally affecting the exact same fucking service. Right? You're literally affecting the exact same fucking service. It would be like going outside, like when you say things like, well, do we know if that's what affected it this time? That's the equivalent of a bunch of police officers going outside with bulletproof vests. And then you find out, okay, well, fuck, we're going to have to go ahead and cut all of their vests in half. We're going to remove the back sides of all the vests because we don't have money. We don't have the funding to cover every single officer wearing a full vest. And then they go out and they get shot to death. And you're like, well, hold on, check the bodies. Like, oh, well, they got shot in the back anyway, or they got shot in the front anyway, and it went through. So, it doesn't matter this time, or it's not important this time. And it's like, well, they're still getting shot at. They need the bulletproof vests. Like, that's what you're paying the money for, right? We fund things like the National Weather Service. We fund things like our emergency service. The second thing is look at like FEMA and how much politicization goes on with the FEMA funds, where when there's a natural disaster, Democrat president just makes funds available. That's what they do. Biden did it without question for, I don't remember which fucking hurricane it was, but whatever one tore up through here.
Yeah, what's particularly ghoulish, in my opinion, is Charlie Kirk saying that the Austin Fire Department not pre-deploying is, what caused the kids' deaths, and it's DEI. This is where I think turnabout is fair play, but it's also bad behavior. So Charlie Kirk, if you go check out his timeline, he's blaming specifically the kids' deaths on the Austin Fire Department emergency response team not pre-deploying because their fire chief didn't understand that if they did deploy, they would get reimbursed for their deployment. Austin, Texas maps. But what pisses me off about this with Charlie Kirk, I'm not criticizing Steven right now, I'm criticizing Charlie Kirk, is that if you look at Kerr County is centered around Kerrville right here. So there's Fredericksburg, Johnson City, and then there's Austin. And then also Kerr County looks equidistant, equally as close to San Antonio. And I don't hear anybody complaining about San Antonio not pre-deploying to Kerrville. And even if Kerrville or Kerr County, they didn't even evacuate. So you're saying that the kids are dead because Austin didn't put firefighters and emergency response people close to Kerr County so they could respond to a flash flood. But even right fucking here, this municipality didn't even evacuate. So those kids would still be fucking dead. So that's actually like, for all of my criticisms and heat for Steven making bad jokes or whatever, I have infinitely more heat for Charlie Kirk being a fucking piece of shit and blaming the Austin fire chief for kids dying. So if you want to say like that's like I would have loved it if that came up in conversation where it's like specifically Charlie Kirk who is big in the right wing was being one of the most egregious pieces of shit possible in reference to this incident. Oh, sorry. AF Racing says 119 watching and only 35 like. Get it together, people. I don't know if that's true. You could refresh your page, but the truth is, shill time. Liking the stream is free. Watching the VODs is free, and it gives me ad revenue. So watch the VODs. Then engage in chat. We got like 150 people here, which is beautiful. I'm happy we got a lot of people here. Engage in chat. There's lots of funny and interesting people. Then comment on the VOD so it gets better in the algorithm. And then also, super chats are not required. If you are broke, you're just paying bills, your 401k is suffering, you don't have extra cash, don't worry about it. But if you got $5, $10, $2, $10, whatever, your super chats are appreciated. And then also, if you want to become a member or gift memberships, that is also not required, but always appreciated. Thank you for listening to my show. And South and North Carolina and up through and Georgia, right, and Florida, Biden did it without question. When there's a natural disaster and Trump has to deal with things, it's time for the FEMA debates. Well, do you deserve FEMA money? You know, did you shut off the water? Did you turn on the water? Did you blah blah blah? Like, no, conservatives play games with emergency funds, with funding these government entities, everything. Like, no, fuck it. If people start to die, that's fine, and that's based, and that's awesome. And you should just celebrate that and just be happy for that and just accept the trade-off. There's going to be some 12-year-old kids will die, but at the very least, I got to save $5,000 on my fucking taxes or however much money you're saving because you're getting to cut all these, horrible, terrible communist programs. Accept the trade-off. Just say that it's based. Much the same way, by the way, that we say that it's based when, we get to go out and shoot our guns, which I love very much. And, every now and then you might have 20, 30 kids blown away at some fucking school. But, our test scores suck anyway, so is it really that big of a loss? Just celebrate it. Say it's based. That's your trade-off and accept it. But don't sit here and virtue signal and hand wring when you're not going to make a single fucking change. Nothing is worse to me. And everybody knows intuitively, the worst people in your lives are the ones that message you, bro. And it's like, what's up? Bro. And it's like, what's going on, dude? And it's like, Caroline. And it's like, oh, you're about to complain about the same bitch that you've been crying about for literally 2 fucking years. Like, I'm good, chief. Actually, you know what? I made a ChatGPT script and you can just go back and forth because it's the same fucking complaints every fucking time. I don't know why you still talk to this girl. Or for a girl or guy, I don't know why you still talking to this guy. What the fuck is wrong with you? The same complaints every single time. If you're not going to make any behavior change, you're not going to do anything different, then fuck off. Who cares? Same thing on the and then like the climate change not being real either. Where are all of these heightened weather events coming from? But I don't even care about that.
I don't even care about that. The thing that just annoys me is the selective fucking care. That's all I care about.
Fashion 40 says, you should be upset at the adults who run the country who didn't accept funding, the adults who didn't evacuate the children, the adults who didn't make sure that those areas were safe. I am upset by those things. I am annoyed by those things. I don't like all those dead kids, you know? That's why I complain about dead Ukrainian kids and dead Ukrainians in general. That's why I complain about dead African kids and dead Africans in general. That's why I complain about dead Americans and dead dead American kids. It's why I consistently complain about all these things, is because I think they're all fucking bad. You know what I'm saying? Because they're all human. And I like humans because I'm human. Fashion 40 says, you should be... Yeah, all right, that's the one that I just read. Fung Dark says, seeing all their stuffed animals and shit lying around in muddy was what hit me. Yep. It's fucked up.
Yeah, somebody linked this. This is what being obsessed with politics does to you. 11,000 likes. Oh, it's so fucking horrible. Meanwhile, LA wildfires. I've been told the image is AI, but the t-shirt is real. Oh, base. January 9th. Was that the same day, or did they start on the 7th? Big, so epic. Fucking epic, dude. Oh my god, so epic. So epic. Christ is king, and so is Donald Trump. True. The 9mm SMG guy? Yeah, that guy's got a ton of tweets, but I haven't even... It's...
Short Stack Goblin says, the donut operator guy made a career out of celebrating people getting killed by cops. Yeah, but guess what? When I was watching his content, because I do have one breakdown episode that I think is on Valor Media Network, I was like, wow, this is actually pretty fucked up. Like, because he's putting like squeaky duck sounds over gunshots, and he's talking about people getting smoked like it's a fucking cartoon. So yeah, you're right. Donut operator made his money in a slightly unethical / objectionable way, and I have that objection.
Just like so much.
People don't give that much of a fuck. And that's why a lot of people don't give that much of a fuck. And that's why...
Tectone thinks NMP should stop virtue signaling over donut operator calling him word implies OTK members say it off stream. Are we going to act like everyone in OK doesn't saying that off stream? I said it 3 days ago. NMP, you don't get to be offended. They talk about the N-word? Dude, the N-word and dead kids are different things. Jesus Christ.
Give that much of a fuck. And that's why I think the internet is so fucking gay for trying to bait Donut into drama off of nothing. It was embarrassing. And I'll be real. Okay, yes, did Donut call...
I agree with you in principle about selective outrage. It seems like an extension of people's tendency to care more about their in-group than others. Do you think humans can outgrow that? I don't know, but if they're not going to, then I'm not going to. And I'm just going to sit here and laugh. So,
all right.
NMP gay.
It's called reciprocity,
yes. Baby. Are we going to act like everybody in OTK don't be saying that shit regardless off stream?
Oh, it wasn't even the N-word. It was calling somebody gay as a pejorative. Okay. Kazra says, but Connor, why, when they do it, they don't get any pushback when they think an LA fires was God's punishment for gays and trans shit? Their followers clap and applaud. How can you change that dynamic? I don't know, man. I'm just in my corner of the internet trying to tell you what I think is right and what I think is wrong. And by the way, like for this entire segment, you have to understand, it's effectively, this entire segment is like, I'm mildly offended, and I think this is unoptical, and I think it's in bad taste. But guess what? Nobody's going to give a shit in 48 hours. Okay? Steven will go back to shit posting on Twitter. He'll go back to streaming on Twitter. We'll have a WIC TV panel about it next week because it takes a while in order to coordinate a panel. We'll fight about whether or not this is good optics and whether or not it's going to help in the midterm elections to get people turned off or turned on by politics, and whether or not turnabout is fair play. We'll fight about it for a week and then we'll get the fuck over it. You know, so it's not that big of a deal. But what I do hate about it is the callousness. I expect Steven to be callous. No offense. I think in my content, I've said that I believe that he's like slightly or actually just sociopathic. And then he's been callous the entire time I've known him. So I don't expect Steven to change. But I don't like that callousness being normalized in his audience. You should care. You should care about dead Texans. You should care about dead Africans. You should care about dead Ukrainians. And when you have an extra couple dollary dues, yes, you should support my stream, but you should also support charities and organizations that try to help out with those human catastrophes. And when you have the opportunity to do so and your community is affected by something fucked up, you should go out into your community and you should help your community as well. I don't like the callousness. I don't like the apathy. I also don't like the vindictiveness either. Cameron says, I don't give a shit about the Africans because I shouldn't be forced to sacrifice for anybody. Well, Cameron Mosley, I don't know if you're being serious, but if that's your attitude, then you're fucking wrong too. I don't know. Like, I don't know if that's like a sarcastic statement. That's a lot of libertarians' perspectives. That's a lot of liberals' perspectives is, oh, you're not part of my team. Fuck you. And that's obviously dumb. Sean says, Destiny is losing the ability to steel man and have nuance the closer the subject is to MAGA, and I have the opinion as a never Trumper. I don't know if he's losing the ability. I think he's willfully choosing not to. Tagarung says, Connor is too sincere to troll. Come on. You know, it happens. Cameron Mosley says, sorry, Connor, but your forced altruism is the problem. Well, Cameron, then I'm just going to say, you know, I love you. Thanks for being a part of my chat, but also fuck you.
But my God.
To hit the right checkboxes, then why would he do that? Where did Trump and Greg Abbott, that is the governor of Texas, where did they mess up? Where did they fail to make a response? They're doing everything they can to respond. They were overstaffed. If anything, they had extra staff. All the warnings were sent out on time, as I showed.
All right, Lincoln, where's the Iranian donation fund? I'm ready. I'm ready for it. I need these Israelis to get the fuck out of my media space. Get them out of here, okay? Get them the fuck out of here.
You in the beginning, what are you talking about? You seem like you had so much more to say about the California wildfires while blaming Gavin Newsom and DEI. Yes, because they literally contributed to this problem. They literally contributed to this issue. Yes, blaming DEI is, yes, they're hiring firefighters based on them being gay, lesbian, transsexual Latinos over anyone else because they would prefer to get people to hit the right checkboxes than actually.
Are there all these people applying for firefighter positions in California? Like, sorry, we're maxed out on firefighters right now. we hit our quota.
Get people that are capable. Okay, they replaced capable people with tokenized people. That is literally what they did. So it is absolutely something that you could blame them for. All right, to be clear, that's first. Second of all, they didn't have working fire hydrants. They literally derouted the water. They routed the.
Oh, and he believes all of the Trump dick suck stuff. To be fair, you have to. If you're an Israeli, it's like they don't always. I don't know why. If it's the fuck.
Okay, half a dozen of you guys all said the same thing at the same time. They already do that, though. MAGA already engages in bad behavior. Yeah, no shit. No shit, guys. You're not telling me anything new.
Fucking height of the fucking cameras or whatever. But you always see videos and pictures of Israelis who are at the fucking Wailing Wall or whatever outside the mosque. Bullshit. And every time they're there, they'll show you the first part where they lean their head against it and then they fucking weep for Jerusalem or some fucking rape reason or whatever. Afterwards, they get down on their knees and they actually have real life replica Trump cocks that like span the entire fucking wall. And as soon as you've done your bar mitzvah, every single time you go to that wall, you have to get on your knees and then fucking slurp and fillet as much as you can.
The water away from California to protect the smelt fish, a species of fish that they tried to save.
Joey Apley says that's a ridiculously unfair criticism to level at the left as if they don't contribute to their local communities. Individuals and some small organizations do. How much of charity is religious? In the U.S., religious organizations receive a substantial portion of charitable giving, but this share has declined over time. While religious giving remains a significant category, it's no longer the dominant one it once was. In 2023, religious organizations received 27% of all charitable giving, totaling $143 billion. Okay. There was something. It could be this. You can check this out. Just Google. But effectively, there is a correlate between volunteer work and churches, and I'm pretty sure it's well documented. So you can say, well, secular people participate in charitable organizations too. I'm pretty sure you get outperformed by religious people. And I'm not saying like religious is exclusively right wing, but obviously there's correlates here, right?
So they routed water away from California, so they did not have water to deal with the wildfires. They didn't have working fire hydrants in California. They had more genders than fire hydrants. Now, this is obviously retarded.
Haircut Commander says, no, I'm not Googling why Greek statues had small penises. Why do you ask? Fuck you guys.
This is like obviously retarded. I don't even know what to say. Like, I don't know how you could possibly.
I love how he goes from hand wringing over my shit to consuming fucking conservative slop fucking rumors, actual misinformation, conspiratorial bullshit. I love it. It's all good. That's fine. That's good. I like it.
Compare these two. Would be really pathetic if you were just weaponizing drowned dead children for social media likes. He spent all day, every day for the last 3 days looking for bodies and volunteering. And you're called.
And he didn't even find any? Sounds like a waste of money to me, dog. Maybe you should just.
See, that's so fucked up. Like, listen, I get he's fucking around, but you literally have a guy like probably running water and food out to people, all that kind of shit. And he's like, oh, didn't find any fucking corpses. Didn't find any kids' corpses. Didn't find any adult corpses. Guess you wasted your time. That's a fucking dickhead thing to say. It just is. You know, I get you're fucking around, but fuck you for that one.
Stayed home to stream. He could have donated the money to people who actually know what the fuck they're doing.
Like him weaponizing drowned dead children for.
What's he doing? Walking around with a fucking 50 caliber, shooting the soil to see what explodes? Like, what the fuck?
Like,
I didn't know this guy was a fucking emergency services expert body finder. Apparently, he needs to go back to school for it.
What you are doing right now.
See, that's just shitty. That's not funny to me.
You are weaponizing dead children for social media likes. It is unreal. So and then he shows a tweet from Donut Operator.
I think I pretty much said the exact thing. I'm pretty sure we already covered this. It's nice having Nux having the additional context there for a pre-existing issue that, to be honest, I wasn't aware of. Yeah.
Mike Sacco is not Israeli. He absolutely is. I don't know why you would not say that, but wow, John, thanks for the $20.
Yeah, the two situations are not comparable in any way, shape, or form.
They're never comparable, ever. They're never, ever comparable. They're never comparable. They never are, because it's always okay to make fun of liberals and the left dying, but it's never okay to make fun of anything that has to do with conservatives, conservatives.
Again, in order for this to hit, you would have to show me Tectone being a fucking piece of shit about liberals and leftists dying. I was a piece of shit about leftists dying. When Kyle Rittenhouse killed like 2 or 3 people in Kenosha, I didn't give a shit. I thought there were aspects of it that were funny.
And you can do that, but it's in bad faith. Yeah, I think it's very, very, very embarrassing. Right. Yeah, I feel like if you're going after Donut, you're just being.
Isn't he married with Israeli family? I don't know. I met him at dinner with him in Israel. I assumed he lived there. Does he not? Maybe he's just a Jew that lives in Israel and he doesn't have citizenship.
Parted for fun, and that's pretty much just it. Right.
I'm pretty sure if you're a Jew and you like fall asleep in Israel for more than 1 week, they sneak into your room and they swap out your passport for an Israeli one. So
it's just exhausting, guys. It's exhausting. Seeing the chaos and the brigading in my own chat, guys. What do you want me to do?
And by the way, Steven's going pretty fucking hard at Tectone, considering Tectone is like, I'm not going to freak out about it. We should all grow up. That's like a very tame response.
Like, I'm sorry that your streamer's a piece of shit. I don't really know what you want me to do about it. But, like, let's not get to the point where we're willing to lie.
Master of Darkness, take off your fucking fedora. It's not sophisticated just because you say it is. You think I'm not familiar with the fact that some people see it as an allegory. You haven't demonstrated that any of this is true, allegory or not. Yeah, you're a fucking child spiritually, okay? The universe was created. Okay? That's true. The reason why you know that's true is because you and I are having this conversation. And I am not you and you are not me. If you think that you're some solipsist, anti-realist, nihilist, and there's nothing outside of yourself, walk to your fucking kitchen drawer, pull out a potato peeler, and start flaying your own skin and tell me whether or not that experience is real. I guarantee you that you are real and I am real. So we've established that creation exists. Now let's establish that order exists. Like I said, the only rule that we know of that brings matter back together is gravity. That is already a rule of order. because the Big Bang could have happened and all of matter could have flung out across the void and never interacted together. So gravity is an ordered rule. Whether or not it's conscious, whether or not it has a will, is a different argument. And I do think religion goes too far and it presumes willpower where none is demonstrated. However, if you look at abiogenesis, if you look at evolution, if you look at biology, if you look at chemistry, then it's pretty clear that the world operates based off of predictive rule sets, which is a form of order. So I've demonstrated creation and I've demonstrated order. Then not just that, but sociological complexity and moral evolution evolving into creatures through increased complexity is demonstrated by the human species. It's demonstrated by politics. It's demonstrated by religion. It's demonstrated by philosophy. So yeah, I've demonstrated that creation exists, that order exists, and that morality exists. So I've demonstrated all three of those things. The question is whether or not you believe that there is a Godhead, a fount, an origin point that created all of those things, and then whether or not that thing is conscious, okay? I don't presume that there's an afterlife, and I don't presume that God is conscious in what I conceive of as a human sense. So I don't make presumptions about God or order, but the mythologies of histories do. But you can still analyze those mythologies and derive moral lessons and meaning and purpose from them. So shut the fuck up. You have the religious understanding of a fucking 15-year-old who smoked pot for the first time and realized that the Bible is metaphorical. I'm right, you're wrong.
Make a streamer look good or not.
What?
Not crazy, right? It's really that easy. Yeah. Anyways, I don't really feel like talking about this anymore because it's just kind of really embarrassing.
I don't feel like talking about this anymore after I've milked her for 30 minutes of content. Oh, yeah, Daddy, milk me.
And it really does feel like a, guys, did you know that killing people is bad? Guys, did you know that giving alcohol to an alcoholic is bad? Guys, did you know that giving drugs to children is bad? Like, I don't know why I'm having to be live and telling people common sense.
He's such a bitch.
I appreciate you nuts. Thanks for the
Why is he a bitch? He literally said, I'm not going to attack Steven because I don't give that much of a fuck because it's a joke. What the fuck? Why is he a bitch?
Yeah, thanks for extra context. We love you to do.
Somebody that responds to your house, your emergency, whether it's a medical call or a fire call, that looks like you. It gives that person.
Oh my God.
Sorry, here we go. Dank Brandon says, I get dark humor because it keeps you from concentrating on what you're doing. I worked in a bar where when I was younger and a guy was shot inside and I had to clean up chunky bits of his brain. Yeah. And if you made a joke about that with your coworkers where you're like, wow, our bar is so good, it blew his mind, I wouldn't begrudge you that. Now, if you said that at the fucking funeral, then I would be like, bro, time and place, you know? And then if you went onto public social media and you're like, Jeremy fucking committed suicide at the bar or got murdered at the bar last week. What a fucking asshole. Then I'd be like, yeah, you're an asshole. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's this. I'm going to show you this. Wedding Crashers, dude died in a hang gliding accident. Okay.
You met her at a funeral. Yeah. Dude died in a hang gliding accident. What an idiot. Oh, I'm hang gliding. Honey, take a good picture. I'm dead. What a freak.
All right. So if you guys didn't hear that, that's from the movie Wedding Crashers. The volume was really low. And it's Will Ferrell who hooked up with a widow because her husband died in a hang gliding accident. And he's like, oh, look at me, I'm an idiot. Oh, I died. Dumbass. You know, like that's okay. So this is a joke and it's a movie. But if you said that for real, I'd be like, you're a piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Okay. That's simultaneously the humor and it's also the undercurrent of what's real.
Knowing that somebody might understand their situation better. Is she strong enough to do this? Or you couldn't carry my husband out of a fire, which my response is he got himself in the wrong place if I have to carry him out of a fire.
Yeah. I'm I'm perfectly okay with this level of analysis, but there's a steel man to it. I'm just going to listen.
We're defending this?
You want to see?
There ain't no way she said.
You couldn't carry my husband out of a fire, which my response is he got himself in the wrong place.
Nobody gives a fuck if the firefighter coming to save their life is black, trans, gay, queer, two-soul, Mexican, Latino, white, German, a Nazi.
Yeah, you just need to be able to carry people out of harm's way. Yep.
See, they don't care if they're racist. They don't care if they're transphobic. They don't even care if they're a fucking murderer. You know what they care about? Not fucking dying. So let's hire people based off of who's the best for the job rather than, well, guys, we hired 3 trans people today, so look at how progressive we look.
Like, I think people think this actually happens.
Okay, we just watched a fat lesbian. There's plenty of fat firefighters, so I'm not knocking on that. But I'm just saying, we just watched a lady say, when I get the criticism that you can't carry my husband out of a fire, I say, lol, well, he put himself in the wrong place. Horrible clip. Don't know why they published it.
The hiring person is like, oh, like, do we have enough trans people today on the truck? I think he thinks this is legitimately how the process goes.
No, you have to pass the academy. You have to pass the EMT. You have to demonstrate certain physical capacity, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But there are better and worse candidates, obviously. And also, 99% of firefighting isn't saving lives. It's just talking to people during a medical emergency.
Let them both use Hallie now.
It's
guys, these children are literally missing and dead. Why does this chick sound like she's got DMs on Nick? And that this reads to me like this is a direct shot at Nick. Am I crazy? Am I the only person reading this? There's Tectone, possible spot. I just don't get it, bro. I banned. Why did Aiden Ross get banned? All right, so he got banned in 2021 for a homophobic slur used by a guest on his stream. The ban was lifted after he argued he didn't say it and wasn't present. He was later banned indefinitely for hateful slurs and symbols, but was later returned. His most severe ban and his 8th came in February for hateful content after displaying unmoderated kick chat on stream.
I really want to read this.
All right, is this done? All right. All right, we'll make that a segment. And let's do a summary real quick. So once again, I'm not losing sleep over this. Destiny made a spicy, fucked up joke. Destiny has been spicy and fucked up the entire time I've known him. So I guess I really shouldn't be surprised when he makes a spicy, fucked up joke that, what do you call it? Jimmy's rustling. Steven rustled my jimmies. But guess what? Steven rustles everybody's jimmies, and I laugh when he does it to other people. So there's some level of moral frogging, but my chat has demonstrated that the undercurrent of some of this humor is not like well-founded criticism against the state and against governments for not instituting the correct budgetary priorities in reference to FEMA, and also posting out, ironically, the callousness of MAGA. Yeah, sure, that's probably 2/3 of it, which is the acceptable 2/3. The remaining third, though, is these people are Republicans. They're dumb. They voted for this. Their kids died. Lol, fuck them. And that's the shit that I disagree with. That's the callousness, sociopathy, psychopathy, turnabout is fair play, negative reciprocity that I think is making society worse. So if I said fuck you in my chat, I still love you. Thank you for being here, but also fuck you. All right, I'm going to check in with chat, and then we'll move into the next segment. Apparently, Steven debates the Jeffrey Epstein files, but also debates the Texas floods. And so I'm going to fast forward past Ted Cruz because let's face it, who cares? And let's watch the panel. And then flood victims. That'll be our second. That'll be our second segment of the day. So let's go ahead and check in with chat a little bit. I see a couple of donations. I appreciate you guys for donating. Let me go ahead and check in. And by the way, we bounced up to like 150 people. I know I might lose a few because the segment's over, but we're going to be moving into another Destiny related segment. But we were at 200 on Valor yesterday. and then, or excuse me, on counterpoints on Tuesday, and then today we got up to 150 at our peak, which is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Welcome aboard. Like the stream, super chats if you got it, memberships if you got it, engage in chat. There's lots of funny, interesting people who love to piss me off in my chat, and also watch the VODs and comment on the VODs. Dank Brandon says, I get dark humor because it keeps you from concentrating on what you're doing. That's the one that I read. Hearshot says he's rambling. Well, I don't know who you're talking about. If you're talking about me, then fuck you. Haircut Commander says, in my opinion, the best dark humor is the kind that shoves reality into your face. Well, then I guess Steven's joke was good. Peter Stone says, they voted down the warning system because of the cost, and the flood area doesn't really have cell signal to receive the normal phone warnings. Interesting detail. Thank you, Peter Stone. Master of Darkness says, I've never worn a fedora. You make assumptions about people who criticize theism with good reason. JP is sophisticated and he talks in circles. He ran away from the Dillahunty for a reason. Yep, I assume that you are not listening. Brandon Zero says, Connor, for Charlie, DEI equals N-word heart. What's up? Okay, have fun. Brandon Zero says, Connor, for Charlie, DEI equals N-word hard R. If you look at the pattern wherein he uses DEI and makes it a big deal when it comes to black people, he did it with the helicopter. Which Charlie? I forget which one's Charlie. Fung Dark says, Austin could have just as easily needed the fire department in city. That weather system was huge and volatile. Yep. Oh, Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk. Yeah, Charlie Kirk's a massive piece of shit. Got it. Yep, absolutely. Mineral Waterboarding says, I'm engaging so hard right now. Thank you. Tagaroon for $2 says, broke, but here's a little bit for the emotional damage. Thank you, King. I appreciate it. Scrollin says, Penguin says, lol, meanwhile, Destiny complaining about all his exes being crazy BPD set to destroy his reputation. I don't know what that has to do with anything. Boog says, Destiny is engaged in a societal level discourse while Tectone is at a personal level. I hate Destiny at a personal level. I find him very insightful at a societal level. I think that's fair. General So says, Connor out pro-human. I've always been pro-human, bro. I just want to conquer the stars with humanity. Hoach says, I like and comment because I want to see Connor get that sweet, sweet Soros payday. Vamos, Valor Media. Thank you, King. Appreciate it. Tagaroon says, it made me laugh. Good. Penguin says, Desi could have highlighted how Republicans are hypocrites who don't care about kids without invoking porn. Lol. Yep, but he did. Brandon Zero says, oh, by the way, Connor, the Kerr County people, somebody was saying Kerr, but whatever. People are real. The guys that didn't want Biden administration money because of conspiracy theories, it's not a rumor. I think you can get 2D stream back up and catch the clips. Well, I think it's brought up in the Piers Morgan debate. I think there might actually be like a Kerr County resident there or like a city councilman or something. Greg Jedi says, I was speaking to a friend of mine that works at the county office, and he said that most of the counties have 20 to 40% of homes in flood areas. Yeah. So you can still show up and help people move debris and organize shit and give them food. I think that's what was pissing me off about him saying like, oh, if you do it on a personal level, then... Melody says, think it was the F word in that he says it all the time, but they shouldn't say it to NM pull. Oh, it wasn't just gay. It was the F slur. Well, listen, guys, I'm just going to tell you, millennials used the F slur in the 2000s and maybe the beginning of the 10s, not necessarily as like an indictment of homosexuality, but in order to impugn people with effeminate, weak energy. And so that, dude, if I was independently wealthy, y'all better get ready. If I'm independently wealthy and I technically don't have to work ever again, then the slurs are coming out. Just being real. Sycamore says, did you see the Republican climate change deniers that sent a letter chastising Canada for wildfire smoke make it into the American XD? Worth a quick read. Sorry, we don't read here. This is Twitch and YouTube politics. Timothy Douglas says, how many people have died because of the joke? This is the only point Destiny should have continually made and should continue to make. Well, he does that on the panel. Tagarung says, I agree with that general point then. Nurkson, cool. Kay says the WIC panel happened last night. Oh, shit. Well, I thought he was organizing another one because he said that the soy pill wanted to fight about it. Penguin says Destiny is so screwed optically that it probably makes zero difference for anything in the real world. But Penguin, I disagree. He's still working for Unfuck America. They actually have their tour in Tampa, and Unfuck America could eventually decide that he's toxic enough that they disassociate. And that's a whole level of cross-pollination and other creators that he would lose access to. And then also Pangburn Events is, if I understand, they're not paying him to participate. They're paying for everything else, though. They're paying for the venue, and they're paying for the, drinks and staff and volunteers and the videographer and this, that, the other. Pangburn Events is associated with him, and they already know he's quite spicy. They're working with him in spite of the sex drama and the lawsuit, and I think they've acknowledged as much in tweets. However, there could be something that bounces back and bites Pangburn to the point where they say, we can't associate anymore. And then boom. You just lost another relationship just because you want to be spicy on the internet. And again, I don't give a shit about being spicy. It's fine. I'm just saying you're going to pay a consequence. Thank Brandon says, Wick is annoying with the guys. You're being too mean to the right shtick. Yeah, well, he's trying to get moderates over. He has a different plurality of tactics, guys. Plurality of tactics. Penguin says, he also got clipped recently saying people are brain rotted by consent. Lol. Don't know which one said that, but, I agree people are brain rotted where they think consent is the only thing that matters. Consent obviously matters. It's not the only thing that matters. Master of Darkness says, we are reflections of God. That's cool and all, but it's absolutely meaningless navel gazing until you demonstrate that said God exists. That's all I will say about it. Okay, well, I said what I said. And I think your analysis is that of a 15-year-old who just figured out that biblical stuff is allegorical. Herkimer says, Connor, it's not that we don't care. The vindictiveness is the whole point. Yeah. And that pisses me off, and I think it's gross. Those girls and their families and Texas in general doesn't deserve your vindictiveness. The individual pundits who are callous and evil and the social media personalities that are callous and evil, those are the people who deserve your vindictiveness. Last Stand 456 said, I feel like your vindictiveness is mistargeted. Did you see a few days ago that Destiny wanted to tour a new jail, but that was built in Florida with you? Yep. We talked about it in DMs. I think we're just going shooting on the 27th, providing that he doesn't care about my criticism, which I hope he doesn't. This is fairly tepid criticism. Noonan Star says, you can care about people while cracking great jokes. Don't let the genuflecting masses take a piece of your soul just so they can live with their cognitive dissonance. Sure. Timothy Douglas says, Sitch is decent, but he's getting dragged down by Adam. I agree. Whatever 4690 says, I don't care about the AIDS kids, but not helping is another thing. Okay. Tagrung says, I love you, but fuck you. Yes, that's actually how I feel about chat right now. Fashion 40 says, Cotter, I think people do care, but we are also holding firm due to the way the other side operates. Okay. I'm saying it's distasteful and mistargeted, but you don't have to care about what I think. Joseph says, I think the lesson here is that everybody cares about different things. Everybody is callous about different things. Maybe we should be learning not to be callous at all. Joseph said, you said, I love you, but fuck you. Others saying, let's all have empathy. Lol messages are a bit mixed here. Yep. Griffin says, I don't know who that VTuber is, but holy Christ, they're R-slurred. Yeah, that's Nuxtaku, I think. Nuxtaku is very dumb. Dank Brandon says, like refusing to fund storm sirens in an area you know has spotty cell service and at a camp that doesn't allow phones contributed to the Texas flood deaths. Yeah, probably. If all of that's true, yes. Hoach says, I'm trying to catch chat right now. Connor struggling to keep current with chat is a good sign. Active community, unlike other streamers who obviously bot farm to make it. Your nuanced approach is attracting a real audience of Giga Chads. Thank you, Hoach. I appreciate that. That does make me feel better. He who must not be named says a lot of conservative charity is to churches and ties, correct? I think so. I think statistically. I don't want to dig into it because I don't want to bore myself to death. But yeah, I'm pretty sure religious people give more than secular people. Sen Patty says, it's also possible that sometime in the future that we all transcend religion and choose to go for the stars. It's possible we nuke each other in the Stone Age. All of those are possible too. True. But I want to nuke the stars. Like, you're going to need more than Muslims will be a majority eventually to get people to give a fuck. True. Whatever 4690 says, what good are nice words in being soft if it leads to dystopia? I don't know. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't think me being nice to gay people or nice to trans people is creating dystopia. Red Hot says, Destiny has definitely ventured too far into the team sports post-election. Yeah, I think he's bitter. And it's okay to be bitter. I was bitter because I think it's one thing to be on the side and just like throw tomatoes at politics and be like, I'm smarter than everybody else, therefore who gives a shit? Just listen to me and give me super chats. I think that's one way of engaging with politics. I think the other way of engaging with politics, where it's like, I've actually evaluated policy and candidates. I think that this candidate is the lesser of two evils. So I'm putting what limited weight I have behind them in order to push for a result. When you don't get that result, it's actually bitter. I was bitter post-election because I was like, everybody's an asshole. Timothy Douglas says the Rittenhouse people killed weren't liberals. Yikes take. Yeah, they were leftists. They were fucking commies and shit. True Zealot for $5 says, would you be open to review Wes Huff on the Andrew Schultz podcast? He fielded nearly all of these basic atheist arguments today. Chat needs the exposure. Yeah, maybe. I'll write it down. I'll put it in the docket. Truth be told, though, I do have to follow the algorithm. Because, truth be told, Cenk Uygur, despite having a very large social media presence, nobody gives a fuck about Cenk Uygur. I post Cenk Uygur breakdown content like fighting Crystal Ball and all that shit. Nobody in Twitch and YouTube politics gives a shit about Young Turks, which is funny considering how big they are. Wes Huff versus Andrew Schultz. Yeah, we could do that. We could drag the fedoras kicking and screaming into the content. Anyways, I can't catch chat because you guys are popping the fuck off. So I'm not even going to try. Literally, I just scrolled down. It took me like 10 seconds to scroll all the way down. So I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. Like the stream. Comment in the chat because there's lots of funny, weird chat people down there. They're having a blast. They're having a blast pissing me off. Then super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. Let's go ahead and move into the next segment. Boom. All right. Hi, guys. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and a never Trump Republican. I like breaking down news, commentary, political shenanigans from my perspective all day long for your entertainment. I basically take a lot of psychic damage for your entertainment. And so today I have Destiny on Piers Morgan talking about the Epstein files and also talking about the Texas floods. We just spent, I don't know, an hour, 2 hours talking about Steven's spicy coverage of the Texas floods, and it's all going to blow up in front of our faces. So if you're interested, please come along for the ride. It should be a blast.
Look, I want them to release everything, and I've called on that for a long time. I've called on that during the previous administration. The Biden administration did not release these materials. I've called on this administration to release these materials. I think Jeffrey Epstein was a sexual predator. I think he targeted and abused young girls. And all the evidence we have is there were a number of other men who participated in that. Yeah. And I want to know everyone who participated. I want to know everyone that went to Epstein's Island. And you know, the Attorney General has said that there are thousands of hours of videos, of explicit videos. And what she told me, I asked her a couple of months ago.
It is going to move into the panel real quick, but the reason why I like this intro so far, Ted Cruz is kind of like a sociopathic, freak, lizard-brained politics weirdo. However, I do think that he believes his own baloney. And based off of this response, my actual presumption would be that Ted Cruz didn't participate in whatever orgiastic Washington, D.C. bullshit is. You know, could he be so Machiavellian that he does all the, you know, DC pedophile sex party shit, but he knows it's never going to come out, and so he's saying this on national TV? Maybe, but I find that very unlikely. I hope that this is actually a true analysis of the facts and also a call out of the current admin for not releasing the Epstein stuff. That's what I'm praying. That's what I'm hoping.
What the delay was, and what she told me then is she said the delay was that they're trying to go through those videos and make sure they're not releasing images of kids being sexually abused. And I understand that you want to protect the privacy of the victim. And so and she just said that takes time.
Timothy Douglas says, we should all grow up until I want to make fun of something that hurts left-leaning people. Yep. It's true. We can be both immature and mature at the same time. And what I mean by that is I actually would give infinite less shits about Steven making these jokes if he was on the ground in Texas or if he was doing a fundraiser. I would actually not care. I wouldn't care at all, because ultimately words are wind, but money talks, right? So if he took cash of his and put it towards like, we're going to get these people out of the mud and we're going to, help rebuild a little bit, and we're going to make sure that they have food and water, and we're going to subsidize their hotel stay, and we're going to raise 50 grand. He could say the most fucked up, he could basically make the equivalent of Holocaust jokes about the dead girls. And if he raised 50 grand or 100 grand and donated that to the disaster relief, I would actually say, hey guys, he's a dumbass and he's making fucked up jokes, but he's actually helping. And by the way, Steven is active. He does the canvassing events and shit. But if you're being a dick and you're not helping, then you're an asshole, right? And I don't think Steven objects to being called an asshole, by the way. He's probably like, yep, I'm being an asshole.
I think they should release every adult who was culpable and responsible. I think the public should know, and I think they
agreed. And it's probably Bill Gates and Bill Clinton, which is why we're not finding out.
They should be criminally prosecuted.
I completely agree. Senator Cruz, great to have you on Uncensored for the first time. Don't leave us alone next time.
All right, terrific. Thanks.
And please send all our very best wishes. I'm here in London to everybody involved in this terrible tragedy. I love Texas and Texan people, and it's a really unspeakable tragedy, and our hearts go out to all of you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Well, I'm joined on the panel now by Natalie Winters, the White House correspondent for Steve Bannon's War Room, commentator.
Sorry, Shadow 2 Bravo said something funny. Connor, quote unquote, I'm human. Sir, you are a Marine. Yeah, I'm an abhuman.
And YouTube host Brian Tyler Cohen, streamer and political commentator Destiny, and Ben Ferguson, the co-host of The Verdict with Ted Cruz. Well, let me start with you, Ben, given that you work with Senator Cruz a lot. It was great to have him make his uncensored debut. And obviously we focused mainly on floods. But what he said at the end there was really interesting, I felt, about the Epstein files, because this is raging away. The administration having got everybody very excited. I had one of the administration on Uncensored, Alina had. Well, let's remind people what she told me literally like 2-3 months ago.
It is incredibly disturbing. We have flight logs, we have information, names that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
I don't see how it's not shocking that there were so many individuals that were hidden and kept secret and not been held accountable. Let's talk about the reverse. I believe in accountability. So you have to now go through your process. Now,
this is a fucking Trump lawyer, by the way. So the admin is just sweeping because Bill Gates and because Bill Clinton are probably implicated by these meetings, and Bill Gates is a titan of industry, and because Bill Clinton is a titan of the Democratic Party, and there are probably titans of the Republican Party and the Democratic Party who all went to Epstein's Island, whether or not they abused kids or had sex with teenage prostitutes, who knows. But because so many powerful people are implicated, according to a Trump lawyer, that's why we're not allowed to find out now. That's amazing. I didn't even know that this clip went as deep as it did.
I won't say they're guilty until they go through their time in court.
Yup.
But again, now it's time for accountability. We have seen for so many years, Piers, in this country, many investigations, subpoenas, testimonies in Congress, et cetera, et cetera. But there's a general frustration with accountability. We take it halfway, we don't take it home. And I really believe that now with Cash and Pam, there will be accountability.
Now, Ben, that clip has had millions and millions of views this week, understandably, because there's a massive disconnect between what she told me there and what Pam Bondi was saying and what others were saying and what's actually materialized in the last 48 hours. Senator Cruz there very firmly that he wants everything put out and he wants criminal action taken against those who broke the law. What's your view?
Couldn't agree more. Look, I think there's transparency the American people deserve.
Sorry, somebody said something very funny. I was saying if you said our bar was so good it blew his mind in reference to somebody getting shot in the head. Haircut Commander says, you objectively have more testosterone if you say it at the funeral, though.
but not just the American people, most importantly, the victims. They deserve to not have this be covered up in any capacity or for people to just stop looking. I don't know if there's certain information that has disappeared or wasn't there that they thought was there, but at the end of the day, all that we do have needs to be put out there in a responsible way. You have to protect the victims. That is something that's extremely important. And so it's got to be done in an orderly way. But there are too many people that have talked about this on the record saying that there's a lot of stuff out there to then all of a sudden say, all right, well, maybe we don't have it. Maybe it's not there. Whatever the story is, give it to everyone the same way and make sure you protect those victims. But they deserve justice. And I don't think this is going to be the end of the story. I think there's far too many people that are asking the questions that you just mentioned, that the senator mentioned, that I'm mentioning.
Shaved Dog Butt says it's for a TV show. It isn't real. Really? Is it for a reality TV show? I'm literally going to Google that. Are you shitting me? Is that like a fake interview?
And this should be nonpartisan. This should be non-political. You have children that apparently were sex trafficked and abused in horrific ways. That has nothing to do with politics. It should come out whether the people that were the perpetrators of this were liberal or conservative or agnostic. It doesn't matter. You need to protect.
It absolutely has to do with politics, because the implication is the reason why it hasn't come out is that Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, was a triple agent for Russia, United Kingdom, and Israel. I think he's interred in Israel. He ran a Ponzi scheme and also may have honeypotted people. I didn't hear any accusations of honeypot. I more heard accusations of financial mismanagement. But effectively, he's buried in Israel. And I think Intel operatives went to his funeral and said, nobody will ever know how much Robert Maxwell did for the state of Israel. And Ghislaine got with Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein had like a pretty star-struck skyrocket climb to power and wealth. And it seems like Jeffrey Epstein was hanging out with the dumbest member of the royal family. I forget his name. Hanging out with Bill Clinton. Hanging out with Alan Dershowitz. Hanging out with Bill Gates. Hanging out with JF Gary Epi. Believe it or not. Not hanging out with him, but he did fund JF Gary Epi, which I think is really funny. And then also hanging out with Donald Trump in the 80s and the 90s. So the question kind of becomes, did those people have sex with underage prostitutes, most of them teenagers who were recruited from local high schools and maybe a middle school or two by Ghislaine Maxwell? And did powerful people have sex with those masseurs? And then the masseurs were paid to stay silent, maybe, and then those people were compromised, and then Jeffrey Epstein used that as leverage for intel agencies. That's the question. And if you want to prove us wrong, feel free to prove us wrong. Say, no, Bill Gates went to the island dozens of times, but we have no video and no photos of him banging kids. Who is it? Bill Clinton went to the island dozens of times, but we have no video or photographic evidence of Bill Clinton banging, kids or adults that aren't his wife. Feel free to tell us who is not guilty based off of the available evidence. I don't need to see the available evidence, but if you have the FBI effectively saying there's no case, but you previously said there was, it fucking stinks. It stinks like crazy.
Protect the victims, and we need to make sure things like this never, ever, ever, ever happen again.
Right. Brian Tyler Cohen, I mean, I do think it's a nonpartisan issue. Obviously, nothing is these days, but I do think that it is completely baffling to me, just as a journalist, that you have this extraordinary scandal that rages away for many years. The main perpetrator dies in prison and is believed to have taken his own life. But the only person that's actually been made criminally accountable and is now languishing in prison is Ghislaine Maxwell, his kind of madame figure, who's a woman. So none of the other men who are widely believed to have been involved in this, none of them have been made accountable. What's your view of this?
If we get copyright struck, let me know. And if the screen blacks out, then I will If the screen blacks out, let me know, and I'll go ahead and move this to. As a matter of fact, I think I'm going to preemptively do it. This has happened before where they will black screen me, so I'm actually going to make this really small. So if you need to see their faces, go watch the original, but this should be fine for the breakdown.
Yeah, I mean, my view is that this is a con job by this administration. All of these people, Kash Patel, Alina Habba, Dan Bongino, Donald Trump, all of them came forward and said that this was a priority for them because they were stringing their supporters along. And then the moment they get into power, here we are in a situation where the whole thing is just closed and we have no further information on this. And yet, look, I think it would be fools to be surprised. I mean, this is a guy at Jeffrey Epstein who Trump himself palled around with for years. This is a guy who Epstein himself called his closest friend for
him out his club.
This is a guy who Jeffrey Epstein said was his closest friend for 10 years. This is a guy who Donald Trump appointed as his Secretary of Labor, Alex Acosta, who handed him a sweetheart deal, a non-prosecution agreement where he was out of prison 6 out of 7 days a week. So, look.
Yup.
Trump can say what he wants on the campaign trail in the lead up when he needs to get everybody's votes and pander to the base. But at the end of the day, he's the guy in charge. And suddenly the about face from everybody in his administration, the buck falls to one person. It's not Alina Habba or Carolyn Levitt or Dan Bongino or Kash Patel. It's Trump himself.
Right.
Not just that. The only thing this is the only thing that I think conservatives can cling to desperately is that Biden had 4 years to release it. Why didn't he? And I think the only answer to that is there are just as many Democrats who would be damaged by the release of the files as there are Republicans. That's the only thing that I can think of. Or it would compromise intel operations involving the CIA and Mossad, who were honeypotting powerful people to their own ends. So it's either going to hurt the intel agencies or it's going to hurt Democrats as bad as it's going to hurt Republicans. These are the only two reasons that I can think of that this information wouldn't come out. Senpadi says, what would you say the solution is, in your opinion, how we stop the tit for tat? Just don't be a piece of shit. I get that that's a local solution to a systemic problem, but you, Senpadi, and Haircut Commander, and Chris Smith, and Timothy Douglas, and all the people in my chat, you individually do not be a piece of shit. If you want to laugh at Destiny being a piece of shit, totally fine. Awesome. I admitted there were aspects of the joke that I thought were fucking funny. There was shit that was funny. However, just don't do it yourself. Just don't be a total shitbag yourself in reference to being callous and cruel to people who died. Local solution, systemic problem. I know it's not enough, but that's the best I got.
I mean, Natalie, the interesting thing in terms of the timeline here is that when Elon Musk fell out pretty spectacularly and suddenly with Donald Trump.
Or Penguin brings up an interesting point. We stopped the tit for tat by giving Americans an external threat based. Let's make it space aliens and conquer Mars.
One of the things he posted on his X platform was, bombshell. The biggest bombshell is that Trump's in the Epstein files, right? And that was only a few weeks ago. And since then, there seems to have been a concerted effort for this story to just go away. Now, these two things may be completely unconnected. There may be nothing.
Master of Darkness says, I'm wearing a Bass Pros Shop hat, for God's sake. I am listening plenty, and you're being a dick based on a disagreement. Yes, welcome to Twitch and YouTube politics. Just because you said that, I'll go ahead and apologize for being a dick. But let's just say I viciously disagree with your perspective and find it to be ass cancer. How about that? You can disagree with me and think that my perspective is ass cancer. I disagree with you, and I think that your perspective is ass cancer, and we'll leave it there. Sacred Snow says, when D is at 1 HP, where's the energy? Connor, when D is at Nebraska Steve, maybe take it about 10% off there, Squirrely Dan. No, yeah, that's right. That's right. Steven at 1 HP still mogs some of these people, and Steven at like 100 HP is like insufferable. You're right. He should be running at 72%. That is the perfect Steve.
More to it other than Trump obviously was seen around Epstein. They clearly were very friendly for a while. I think he used his plane several times. I don't think that's in dispute. But there does seem to be a weird timeline here of Elon Musk saying that publicly and everything getting shut down a few weeks later. What, am I reading?
Yeah. Piotr Podsiadly says, great stream to listen to while I'm at work. While I don't agree with you on most things, I like your clarity on geopolitics. Thanks, King.
Too much into this?
Well, look, I think this is very quickly approaching. I mean, we've already passed debacle territory, but just outright grift. And that's probably not something that you would expect me to say, but this is just absolutely reprehensible. I think if you look at what really the MAGA base, the people who elected President Trump, what their sort of concerns have been these past few months is that the administration is not moving fast enough, right? They're not content with the press releases and the tweets. They want to see prison sentences and actual accountability for people that they believe committed crimes. Now we've hit the point where we're not even getting the press releases or the strongly worded letters. We're getting weird, undated, unnamed memos being released over holiday weekends to legacy media outlets trying to bury it in Axios instead of working with all the new media outlets that the White House, pumped and talked so openly and heavily about being in and around the White House. I mean, this is a bedrock issue. I know, I agree, it's nonpartisan, it's non-political to want to get justice for the victims, but I also think that this is something that is both hyper-partisan and hyper-political, because what Jeffrey Epstein was doing, whether it's a foreign intel operation or domestic aside or joint operation, has direct ramifications in probably the policies that we've seen being rolled out, whether through blackmail indirectly or directly through a lot of the political leaders in this nation. I would just say, as someone who has been on shows,
If it's intel related, that's based off of a quote from, I think, Acosta, the prosecuting attorney, where part of the reason why Jeffrey Epstein caught a sweetheart deal in the 2000s was because he was working with intel agencies. So yeah, this could be like very conspiratorial, and of course I want additional evidence, but that's based off of a statement made. Like, as a matter of fact, let's just go ahead and look up who said it. Excuse me. Google. Acosta, Jeffrey Epstein, intelligence agencies. How Alex Acosta explained his handling of the controversial blah, 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 blah. Is this an article? Intel. We believe that we proceeded appropriately based on the evidence and not just my opinion, but I have shared the affidavit based on the evidence. There was value to getting a guilty plea and have him register. I understand what the victims say, and I'm not here to say that I can stand in their shoes or address their concerns. I'm here to say we did what we did because we wanted to see Epstein go to jail. He needed to go to jail. I don't know where the Intel quote is, but this did pop up as the first link, so it might be in here. Intel. Acosta's strange denial that he knew Epstein was an intelligence asset. Again, you're going to have to do deeper research. I do think it was Acosta. Let's just see. Let's see if it's quick.
We started Ernesta because
5 seconds for a commercial.
The office with respect to that particular paragraph. One more question.
Richard Lardner from the Associated Press. Mr. Secretary, were you ever made aware at any point in your handling of this case if Mr. Epstein was an intelligence asset of some sort?
So there has been reporting to that effect, and let me say, there's been reporting to a lot of effects in this case, not just now but over the years, and again, I would hesitate to take this reporting as fact.
Why don't you just say yes or no, bro?
This was a case that was brought by our office. It was brought based on the facts. And I look at that reporting and others. I can't address it directly because of our guidelines. But I can tell you that a lot of reporting is just going down rabbit holes. A few more questions.
Based off of that answer, I would suspect that they weren't able to corroborate that fact within the case. But again, I want to see more. Why did he get such a sweetheart deal? That's the main question.
co-hosted with a lot of the people, the clips that we've played of people who have called out Jeffrey Epstein for years and made millions of dollars off of it. It is absolutely reprehensible and it is a complete grift. And you have now, in their words, probably become the deep state. If you're going to run cover for this and you think that the MAGA audience is dumb enough to not, I don't know, be able to go back 2 months and see the comments you were making on Fox News, we need to get this right. I don't even know if I have faith in Pam Bondi anymore, but this is a really, really concerning moment for MAGA.
Sorry. Quathhelm. If the right won't punish those who have been vindictive monsters for the better part of a decade after having their brains broken by Obama, why should the left care whatsoever about their filter? So, some fucking dickhead bully on the fucking playground is walking around beating the shit out of other kids. And instead of, you know, I don't know, talking to the teacher / defending yourself, you're allowed to defend yourself. You can defend yourself and not engage in turnabout, right? You're like, why don't I walk around beating the shit out of everybody? Why don't I pick on innocent people unrelated to the situation? Why don't I make fun of dead people? What? Why? How is that helping you at all? It's not. You think it is because it feels emotionally good to get shot in for by hurting people who are hurting you. But it's not improving politics or social discourse or anything. Just feels good.
Yeah, I mean, Destiny, it is fascinating to see how a lot of the most diehard Trump supporters in the kind of podcast, YouTube, influencer world, they've turned pretty vengefully against him and the administration over this. What do you make of it?
So here's the reality. The reality is, I keep hearing people like Joe Rogan saying the conspiracy theorists ended up being right about everything. They weren't. They were wrong about basically every single thing. There was no massive election fraud. There were no mass deaths from the COVID vaccine. There is no evidence that it was manufactured in a laboratory. There is no evidence that Jeffrey Epstein was murdered by somebody. The reality is every single thing I said is true, and I will debate you on any platform.
The one on instant virology you're saying wasn't true. That's where you lose credibility.
You have no idea.
Well, hang on, Destiny, hang on.
That's just stupid.
Hang on, Destiny.
30 HP Destiny walks into a room, immediately pisses everyone off. Based.
Finish my point. Excuse me. Let me finish my point. The problem is that the problem is that you guys spent so much time spreading.
He did a fanatic move. Nice. He did the fanatic. He was like, the problem is based fanatic, living on through the repetition move. God.
Writing these conspiracies that when you finally wound up, sir, I don't even know if you know what, do you even believe that viruses and germs are real? I'm not actually sure. Please stop.
I do. The problem is that
conservatives spent all this time. Conservatives spent all this time. Conservatives spent all. Well, if you want to bring me on your show, I'll talk about it anytime, anywhere. Okay. Conservatives spent all this time.
I don't insult my audience with stupid comments.
Well, hang on. Let me jump in. Let me just jump in on this point.
Excuse me. Can I wait? Hold on. Wait.
Destiny. Destiny.
Let me wait.
Well, you made a series of statements there about.
And I'm almost done with one sentence.
All right.
Conservatives spent all this time with all these conspiracies, and then as soon as they got into office and they no longer had a deep state to blame, all of a sudden there was no election fraud evidence. There was no evidence about Hunter Biden being conspiratorial, with Ukraine or Russia. There was no evidence of Epstein being murdered, and that's what's happened.
Okay.
They are now the deep state. They have every part of the government under control, and they have no evidence for any of their claims.
Here's the problem. You've made a series of statements there, alleging that all these things are pure conspiracy theories and there's no evidence for it. And yet it is widely now accepted that actually it is more likely than not that the coronavirus, COVID-19, was started in that lab. That is now widely accepted. That's not a conspiracy theory.
It's not. It is a conspiracy theory.
It began as a conspiracy theory.
I promise you, there is no scientific evidence. There is no compelling intelligence community evidence that is the case.
So you think, Destiny, to be clear,
away all the samples.
Hang on. You've had your say. Let me say.
This is why panels suck, but I'm waiting for moderation to step in before I even make a point. As far as I can tell, he believes Epstein, she believes Epstein, he believes Epstein, some level of conspiracism, so do I. One of the most annoying things about Destiny, which is probably the correct thing to do, by the way, is he's saying, like, I'm not going to make assertions based off of evidence that I don't currently have. it constantly puts you in the strongest rhetorical position. So I think all he did is he attacked like conspiracism in general. That's all that I've been able to hear so far. But I do think that one of Steven's strong suits is I will go into speculation. I will take that Acosta allegedly said that he was an Intel asset sometime a decade ago. He got a sweetheart deal. Bill Gates hung out with him. Trump hung out with him. Alan Dershowitz hung out with him. These are all like documented things that are out in the public. And then also Ghislaine Maxwell's dad is Robert Maxwell, who was an Intel asset for 3 different people. And there are people who have come out and said that Jeffrey Epstein doesn't know dick about finance. So how did he get these billions of dollars if he doesn't know dick about finance? And so I will take that cumulative pattern and I'll say there's a strong probability that Jeffrey Epstein was working for Intel agencies, honeypotting powerful people, and then using that as blackmail, leverage, or intel in order to pass it on to probably CIA, probably Mossad. Whereas Steven, unless he has ironclad proof, he won't make that assertion. And so as a result, while I feel like my situation is more probable, he has better evidence. It's one of Steven's like strongest argumentative habits.
Let me finish my sentence. Here's the thing, Destiny. You think it's literally a conspiracy?
Gen X says if Destiny donates 100K, he can say whatever he wants. Let's tell him. Yeah, unironically, he could donate 5K. And I would say he effectively has the flood. He has the N-word pass when it comes to the Texas flood. He can say whatever horrific shit he wants, and all he has to do is pay $5,000 for the privilege, and I would view that as a fair trade.
Conspiracy theory.
Because you know what? He would do more than a lot of people who are moral frogging about his joke. So unironically, yes.
The COVID-19, which was originally said to have started in a wet market 1 mile from the Wuhan Institute of Virology, where it later transpired they were testing new coronaviruses. You think it is more likely it started with a bat in the wet market next door than it started in the lab where they're literally testing new coronaviruses? You think that's a mad conspiracy? Because I would say the mad conspiracy is that it's the bat a mile away.
I'm gonna go with the wet market that was 30 minutes away in a densely populated city where all of the first cases started.
It's probably the market
that came from there. Sponsored by the Chinese Communist Party. I'm just curious.
30 minutes away. Chinese Communist Party, sir, you are an absolute idiot. I can't believe you
are
say
they
that.
like? Is it like when you do your shows?
Just to be clear, just to be clear, that it's funny that you say it's funny that you say Communist Party, right? Just to be clear, the residents of Kerr County for the floods that we were just discussing rejected utilizing ARPA funds for years to put up. It's so funny. Ted Cruz talked about an emergency siren system. They didn't want to use money from the Biden administration because of all of these crazy conspiracies that you guys spread about things like COVID, because they thought if they accepted the money,
I know about
transcripts are public. The transcripts are public, sir. I'm sorry, hold on. Are you telling me they didn't say that? Are you telling me they didn't say that?
We're kicking your ass.
This guy is pissing me off because he keeps interrupting it when I'm trying to hear the line of argumentation. And by the way, I know I interrupt people sometime, but it's because I want to get an argument out, not because I don't want you to hear the opposition. This guy has consistently interrupted as soon as Steven started making a point, which basically tells me that he doesn't want Steven's point to get out.
And you made up something to try to go back and use kids that have died in a tragedy to cover the fact that you cannot defend your Wuhan point of view because it's made out of Chinese communist propaganda. I think everyone watching can see that now. And I think you realize you stepped in it and you said something that wasn't.
No. And then not just that, the CCP, like if it's an accident, it's an accident. The implication from other conspiracy theorists is that it's a bioweapon designed by the Chinese and the Jews to be boomer remover for population control. That boomer remover, in case you did not hear me correctly. So that's the actual conspiracy theory, is that it was a bioweapon designed by the Chinese, intentionally released around there so they had some level of plausible deniability in order to kill old people, in order to force depopulation because of the carbon Green New Deal agenda. That's the actual conspiracy theory. So this feels weak as shit to me is what I'm saying.
True. And everyone that has a brain on this panel is calling you out for it because it was such a stupid thing to say. I'm sorry that happened to you, but you don't use kids dying in a flood to try to cover for your dumbass comments.
Oh my God. Oh my goodness.
By the way, I want to bring the others in. I want to bring the others in too.
Anywhere,
hang on. Don't all shadow once.
So everybody can see who's running from it, okay?
Don't all shadow once. Let me bring Brian back in here. See, this is the interesting thing, I think, Brian. I read what Joe Rogan put out about conspiracy theories. He was really saying, what he was saying was, don't just dismiss them all out of hand, was his real theme about this. Because a lot of things that are alleged to be conspiracy theories, and the COVID lab one is a classic example where that began as being something that could get people cancelled if they even dared suggest it, and is now, the US CIA believes that a research-related origin in Wuhan in the lab is more likely than the theory it came from animals. So the CIA now believe that. So it's no longer a conspiracy theory. But Brian, I think it goes to a wider point, is that take the Epstein story, right? I don't know whether he took his life or was murdered or whatever. It seems that most people who've looked at this professionally believe he took his life. But there's this weird video with the missing minute and Pam Bondi's torturous explanation for what that may be about. There's also the undeniable fact that he surrounded himself with a myriad number of famous, rich, powerful people who would have a vested interest in shutting him up. That is indisputable. There are also all these rumors flying around, which, even Alan Dershowitz thought there may be some merit to this when I interviewed him on Monday, that he may have been some kind of Israeli Mossad agent of some sort. You put all this together.
And Alan Dershowitz is one of the people implicated. Fuck. Come on, man. Listen, I'm okay with being wrong. I am okay with being wrong. But what I would want is a statement from the FBI saying, we reviewed all of these tapes. A summary of the tapes is as follows. Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein, unknown male, abused, blah, 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 blah. We tried to identify unknown male, but unknown male, we did facial recognition, we did, tattoo analysis, we did social media analysis, we did this, that, the other. We were unable to identify unknown male or unknown female who was participating in illicit sex acts. That's what I would want. I don't need the video. I need reports from the videos that summarize what's going on in them so we know what's actually in them and what steps they took in the investigation that they weren't able to turn up another person worthy of prosecution. And if they say, we went through all 10,000 hours and there was not an identifiable person that we can indict, then I would be like, we're moving on. But if they're not willing to give that summary, then it is shady as fuck. It's so shady. Shadow 2 Bravo for $10. Thank you, King. I agree, Connor. I was tired of shitposting online and I was just overly complaining. July 17th is my official campaign launch for the Idaho State House. So get off of X and run for something locally. Thank you, Shadow 2 Bravo. You are based, but I still hope you're on X so I can retweet you sometimes. Gen X says, who are the chick in the suit guy? No idea. Timothy Douglas says, do you have an example of him doing that? Fun fact, things I don't like are also non-facts. I think you guys are arguing about whether or not Destiny is bad faith. Anyways, I'm going to keep scrolling through chat and continue with the content. I parasocially love you. Please, we've had four donors so far today. We got Tagarung, True Zealot, Shadow 2 Bravo, and Old School. Thank you for your donations. And then quick shill time. Like the stream. Share it with your friends. Engage in chat. There's lots of really funny, interesting people down there. Comment on the VODs and watch the VODs. And then also super chats if you got them. And memberships. Somebody's telling me that memberships are down. I'll double check that with the back end people. Anyways, parasocial love, let's continue.
Together. And again, it's very easy to say, well, it's all a conspiracy theory to say that he did anything other than he took his life and nobody else was involved. There's no client list. Nobody else abused these girls. It's over. I don't think that's the conspiracy theory. The conspiracy that's going on right now, it seems to me, is a conspiracy of shutting this down, of silencing debate about it, wanting to move on, and for actually nobody other than Ghislaine Maxwell to be held accountable when it is. I mean, look, take Prince Andrew, right, in my country. Prince Andrew paid Virginia Giuffre a reported $11 million, right?
Yup.
But claimed he never met her, right? But there's a photograph of him with his arm around her when she was 17, 18 in a London townhouse. Now, call me a conspiracy theorist, but you don't give $11 million to someone you've never met, right? I don't care who you are. So again, a lot of the stuff swirling around here doesn't make a lot of sense. And I don't think it's good enough for people just to say it's all conspiracy theory. So shut up and move on. Your thoughts?
I would completely agree. And in fact, we saw yesterday when
Waltham says you can't cling to Biden not releasing the files when you have the power to do so, but won't. You elected him. No more pointing the finger. Yeah, I can point the fucking finger. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I think I didn't vote in 16 and I didn't vote in 20 because, well, I did vote. I just voted locally. I think I left the top of the ticket blank in 2020. So number one, you can't put Biden on me. Number two, I probably should have voted Biden. And I did vote for Kamala this most recent time. If Kamala won and the Epstein files didn't come out, you better gosh darn believe that you can still be critical of an admin that you elected. The one thing that I actually applaud about MAGA, which is very difficult to do, is that they are actually complaining about the Epstein files. That's the only thing that I respect about MAGA for the past 2 years, is the fact that they have the balls to break with their own cult and say, hey, yeah, this is messed up. Qualtham, your logic sucks.
The White House was posed these questions, Trump freaked out and said, whoa, why are we still talking about this? Can't we talk about something? You've got Donald Trump, who has spent every waking minute of the past almost decade talking about the water pressure in his shower and toilet. That guy suddenly doesn't want to engage in a topic that he's spoken about before. We've heard him go on and on about immigrants being rapists and murderers every day. We've heard him go on and on for the better part of a decade about Hillary Clinton's crimes and the Biden crime family. This guy repeats himself to the ends of the earth. And yet on the issue of Epstein, which by the way was an issue that his campaign predicated so much of their focus on, that they garnered so much support from their audience based on, now he doesn't want to talk about it. So yeah, I mean, I guess the expression that would come to mind is a hit dog will holler.
Well, also, again, I'll repeat, this follows just literally whatever it was 3-4 weeks ago, Elon Musk in their big public spat suddenly posting, the big bombshell is that Trump's in the Epstein file. So it might be
a move, by the way, that started a conversation about deporting Elon Musk, in case you were wondering whether there was any there. So yeah, I mean, clearly that he hit a mark by or he hit a nerve by saying stuff like that. But I mean, for this administration.
Oh, not just that. Yeah. With I forgot to even mention, Elon Musk said that Trump was in the Epstein files. That's why they're not coming out. And Donald Trump he's gotten cagey whenever media has asked him whether or not he's releasing the Epstein files. He's like, I don't know. There's there's a lot of people that might be associated with Jeffrey Epstein that are actually innocent, and I don't want them to, catch reputational damage. So, I don't know how much of that we're going to be able to release. He said that shit. And by the way, you could just release and say, Bill Gates went to meeting with Jeffrey Epstein. No illicit sexual activity observed during this video. You could say that. And guess what? Bill Gates would have to own the fact that he knew Jeffrey Epstein was an ephebophile, right? Let's not sully this Jeffrey's good name, right? Jeffrey was an ephebophile who was recruiting underage prostitutes, and he hung out with them anyways. Bill Gates is just going to have to take the optical L. Now, if there's a different video of Bill Gates engaging in illicit sex acts with an underage prostitute, the public should know that as well. $5 from Old School says, I wonder if S.A. Corey, the pen name of the authors of The Expanse, ever wonder why did we name it the Epstein Drive? It's funny. There was a bunch of guys named Epstein on Twitter who caught all sorts of shit for quote unquote being related to Jeffrey Epstein. And I think the Weinstein brothers, Brett and Eric, when the case first got released, I think they caught a bunch of shit as well, just because their names were similar. Yeah, it's gotta suck to be a Jewish guy with a 2-syllable name ending in Steen right now. Absolutely.
To try and brush it under the rug. And Natalie, I do agree with what you said about there being a lot of grifters. I mean, we've seen Dan Bongino and Kash Patel focus so much energy, so many resources, so much time on this exact issue, only for them to come out and say, oh, well, there's there's absolutely nothing here.
Yeah, and they put their tails between their legs while they were doing so.
But I would also caution, Natalie, to not put the onus, because I've been seeing this more and more on the right, to not put all of
the right paragraph teacher is ignoring the kid beating the shit out of other kids. That's the problem. How do you not see it? Because in this metaphor, we're all fucking, well, I guess in reality, we're all adults. So be a fucking adult and don't be part of what degenerates society. Half helm.
the responsibility on Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi is an...
Timothy Douglas says, so if you avoid doing it, the other side will keep doing it and keep winning. I almost said a very bad word. You won in 2020. Was Biden a hardcore progressive? You ran a disastrous campaign in 2024. But was Biden a fucking New York communist? Was he a socialist? Was he promising that the rivers would run, the streets would run red with the blood of capitalists? Was he simping for Hamas? Was any Democrat as extreme who actually won as a MAGA person? No. You win with moderates, you fucking idiots. So if you're pissing off moderates, you got an electoral problem. Stop pissing off moderates. It should be obvious, but for some reason it's not. And you know why? It's because you lost in 24. Well, guess what? Democrats ran a particularly disastrous 24 campaign. They kept a fucking senile guy in who was senile, and everybody knew he was senile, but they pretended that he wasn't. Then he had a disastrous debate, which led everybody to say, oh shit, the Democratic establishment is lying about Joe Biden's competency. They kept him in and waffled about it for another 60 days. And then they ran a California wine mom as the next president. Sorry, that was a dumb fucking political strategy. You should have said, hey, Joe, you're old as fuck 2 years into the presidency, and said, sorry, we're running somebody else. It was your time. You got the presidency. Take the dub, go home. And then 2 years into it, they should have said, hey, Kamala, we'll run you as the primary, but we're running a hyper moderate as your VP. And you better hyper moderate now. And you probably would have won. But you had 2019 Kamala progressive tapes beating the shit out of her every single day while she was running. And people were still acclimating to the fact that they were lying about Biden's competency for 2 fucking years. So don't say becoming extremist is the solution. You're wrong.
Appendage of Donald Trump. She is not calling the shots. Nobody in this administration is calling the shots. This entire cabinet, this entire White House exists to serve Donald Trump. They exist to basically be extensions of Trump himself, and no one will ever act independently of him. And so if accountability is really what you're looking for here, and I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and assume that this is all being done in good faith, then let's not delude ourselves into thinking that Pam Bondi is the final word, or that the buck stops with her, when the buck always stops with Donald Trump.
I'm sure that there's merit to that. Let me come to you, Natalie, because Elon Musk has also suggested that Steve Bannon, that you work with, obviously, is in the Epstein files too. What can you say about that? I mean, what's the reaction to that, first of all?
Well, I'll always let Steve speak for himself, but I can guarantee you, Steve is certainly not in the Epstein files. Perhaps Elon needs to both be deported and sued for defamation. But look, I think, in a rare moment, I probably actually agree with Brian. I think that was why the Trump administration wanted to prioritize transparency, at least in their rhetoric, right? From the first days, they wanted the American people to be able to decide on all of this. And I think that sort of compounded with what they were trying to do, right, with the new media initiative, bringing in these other voices to try to, I think, go away from just having legacy media outlets dominate certain narratives, or sort of setting the parameters for what stories are of interest to the American people. And I think when you talk about transparency, I don't know if the Chinese Communist Party, or right now the Trump administration, or whoever it may be, deep state, take your pick, is engaging in more of a cover-up when it comes to whether it's the Epstein files or the origins of COVID, respectively. I think that's a rather asinine point. But to link it all back to what you were saying, Piers, I think labeling all these things at the onset, a conspiracy theory, compounding with, I think, a lot of sort of the censorship apparatus that we saw spring up under Joe Biden. You sort of get that same reaction to what people had when President Trump was sitting in his cabinet meeting and saying, why are people interested in this? Why are people looking at that? It just makes people double down. So even if you want to be pragmatic, respectfully, Destiny, saying that there's no evidence, I think you can agree that there is at least one piece of evidence that may intimate that COVID-19 developed in the Wuhan Institute of Virology under Shi Zhengli. I just think these draconian statements make people not more likely to sort of entertain the other side of the fence, but it makes people think that there actually are conspiracies going on to cover up information.
Yeah, I would agree. And Destiny, I'm going to take you up on... Hang on, Destiny, I'm going to ask you a question.
She said in 2020,
Destiny, I'm going to ask you a question. So
this was under Biden? I'm pretty sure that was under Trump. So if you want to blame anybody for the censorship, it would have been Trump. I know.
Let me ask you a question, Destiny.
Who's president there, but...
Destiny, I want to ask you a question. So a woman called Kylie Jane Kramer posted on X. I've been trying to wrap.
Conservatism says, wait, you would accept them saying the thousands of hours of recorded men raping children, none of them are identifiable, and there's clearly no blackmail material here? No. But I would want the inventory at least, because I do think that there would be ultimately identifiable people. Because the implication now is that there's no identifiable people. That's the implication right now, is that there's zero, which I don't believe. So I would want them to document their investigative process, and then I would effectively want a congressional oversight committee to review the evidence to see whether or not they're lying. That's what I would want. No, I wouldn't just accept the inventory. The inventory would be need to be verified by an independent party. So yeah. So sorry if I didn't make that more clear.
Wrap my head around how the flooding in Texas became so devastating so quickly. Why not evacuate? Then I saw this.
I don't have a Twitch channel for Valor Media Network. I do have a Twitch channel on Tuesdays.
Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick said the Guadalupe River rose 26 feet in just 46 minutes around 4 a.m. That doesn't even seem natural, to which you...
Oh, no. Fuck. Here we go. Here we go again.
You reposted this, and you put your own words. I heard God killed those kids because they were using NordVPN, promo code Destiny, to get around the text.
He read the whole quote. He read the whole quote. Fuck. I know he had to, but that actually hurt me to hear out loud. Steven, what the fuck? Fuck. Wow. All right. This is why I took aspirin this morning. We'll survive. I took aspirin. We're okay. We're going to survive. Okay.
This porn ban. On reflection, do you think that was grotesquely tasteless thing to be posting?
Absolutely not. The hand wringing.
Hold on. Let me hear the last end of the question.
On reflection, do you think that was grotesquely tasteless thing to be posting?
Absolutely.
I would be like, absolutely. But here's the point of my joke. That's what I would have said. But that's okay.
Not. The hand wringing here. Oh my God! Stop. If you want to talk about dead children, then you should talk about the residents of Kerr County who rejected using ARPA funds to build the very siren system that Ted Cruz was over here virtue signaling about. Now that the kids are dead, last I checked, the siren system isn't bringing anybody back to life. Okay, the very same system that they could have built.
This is lizard brain sociopathy, and every normal person is fucking repulsed, even if what he's saying is true. Being like, the kids are fucking dead. We're not bringing them back to life. It's like, yeah, no shit. No shit, smart ass. We're talking about, like, can we prevent this? You're just rubbing salt in the wounds. That's all he's doing. And by the way, he can rub salt in the wounds for a rhetorical point. I'm just saying, every normal person just felt a psychic repulsion.
For the better part of the last decade, they didn't want to touch those ARPA funds because they thought that if they did, Biden would go and steal their homes, which is the exact same lie that was told in North Carolina when people...
Vlad says, hi, Connor. Hi, chat. Finally got to use the law degree I got today. What a day. Congratulations, Vlad. Congratulations, sincerely.
were rejecting FEMA funds
sick, man.
because they thought that if the
All right,
government
well,
was giving
okay,
them money for the houses, they'd
Piers,
steal
like,
it.
can I-
Let him finish the point. I want to hear why they rejected the ARPA funds. Holy shit, shut up.
If you want to talk about grotesque and ghoulish things that are being said,
It's what you put online. I agree with you. It's what you run online. It is grotesque. It's disgusting. But I mean, I guess that's what you do.
How long have people like you told us that if we spend less money in Ukraine, you guys are going to spend more money investing in things like infrastructure in the United States? Where is that money going?
If you're
We just had
having to use Ukraine
we just had
to
another
defend your
massive
sick
debt increase,
marks
another
about
massive
people
debt increase
dying,
for more
knock
tax
yourself
cuts
out.
for wealthy people. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
All right, let me get a Ben.
How's the deficit doing?
Don't talk over each other.
How's our deficit doing? Is it
Don't
going up or down?
don't talk over each other. But just to be clear, Destiny, you
There
don't.
are no answers.
Just to be clear, Destiny.
I'm going to talk.
Please stop
I'm not going to sit
talking.
here and argue about jokes
All
when
right.
these guys are spreading.
General So says she did hypermoderate, buddy. No shit. She had 2 months to hypermoderate, and they used her primary campaign in 2019 to beat the fuck out of her. You're not going to convince me otherwise. Okay? Okay? Biden should have dropped... You know what the problem is? Biden should have dropped out 2 years earlier. Kamala should have run a more consistent message for a prolonged period. And she should have had a fucking moderate... she should have had Pete Buttigieg, Mark Kelly, Josh Shapiro, or whoever she ended up actually having, who was charismatic enough, but the charismatic guy fucking floundered in his VP debate, and he should have been going for JD Vance's fucking throat, and instead he played footsie. So yeah, there's mistakes all across the board in like what was it, like 90 days, 120 days to run the Kamala campaign. How many days were left when Kamala ran for president? Which took place, the first contest 2 months prior to the Iowa caucuses. Let me see if I can phrase it better. How long was Kamala Harris's presidential campaign? I can't be the only person. She announced her 2024 campaign in July. And that was the 21st, by the way. So July's already gone. August, September, October, November. Presidential campaigns are like 1.5 to 2 years, and she ran a presidential campaign in 4 months. Do not piss on my leg and tell me it's raining.
You don't joke
that are
when
leading to the
children are
actual
dead,
destruction of these. Oh, except you guys do when it happens in LA, when it's about the wildfires. You guys make jokes when
I'm not a
politicians
sick,
are getting
vile
killed
person
in
like
Minnesota.
you. Go look
sure.
at my ex
just the
account.
rest of your
I don't
party
delete
is? Just the rest of your party
All right,
is?
don't talk over each other because we can't hear you.
All right, yeah, okay.
All right.
Is the president of your party? That's actually a fair point.
But
So,
Destiny,
Piers,
just to
let me
be
say a couple
clear,
things here.
Destiny, just to be clear, you don't regret post.
No, General So. Listen, I love you. I love you. I've seen you in chat before, so I love you. When I say this, I'm going to be mean, but I love you. Do you know how many fucking moderates have dropped out of MAGA? Do you know how many people fucking hate MAGA? 35% of the Republican Party is not MAGA. 1/3 of the fucking country doesn't even vote, but they showed up in 2020. The rest are fucking Democrats. So if you get Democrats and you get disaffected and you get 35% of the Republican Party, you win. You ran a dog, not you personally. The Democrats ran a dog shit fucking campaign. Again, do not pee on my leg and tell me it's raining. Quick shill time, because we're getting towards the end of the stream. Got like another hour and change left. Like the stream. Participate in chat. There are funny people there, even though they're pissing me off. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. Watch the VODs. Comment on the VODs.
I heard God kill those kids
I'm
because
not,
they were
no,
using
I'm not going to sit here
NordVPN
and argue
to get
about
around the
jokes on
Texas
Twitter
porn ban.
while you allow the very same misinformation to spread on this program that leads to people not putting up siren systems, okay, because they think that Biden is going to go steal their
That wasn't
homes.
my question.
I think it is absolutely insane.
Wasn't my
I think
question.
it's insane that you want to go and hand-wring liberals over jokes that are not even half as crazy as some of the things these conservatives say.
Okay, but just to be clear, you don't regret doing it.
There's no tweet like that out there.
Just to be clear, Destiny,
absolutely not.
Just to be clear, you don't regret posting it.
No, absolutely.
Okay, Ben Ferguson.
Here's a couple of things here that I think there's proper information that should get out there. This is an area that I go to often. It's an area that I've taken my kids dozens and dozens of times. It's a very small rural community. When it rains there's always flooding because there's a lot of rock in the ground and the water doesn't absorb in the ground. So you have flash floodings that happen very quickly. I've been there when this happens. This was a once in a lifetime 100-year flood. If you want to know about the funding for the system, it's an extremely small community, and the price tag for it
Is Midas owned by Democrats? Yes.
is
Valor is owned by Midas. Midas is owned by Democrats, but they've given a broad amount of content autonomy to Valor Media Network to the point that literally like 70% of the content is not even politics related.
very, very big compared to the tax base that they have in this small community. It is not because of the Matt Boone stuff this guy's talking about. That is not why the community decided 6 years ago to not do it, even though they wanted to. It was a cost issue. What's going to happen now is you're going to have state funds and federal funds, and that system will happen. But go back to this once in a lifetime flood that took place. No one could have prepared or thought this was going to happen. People bought homes on a river where there was constant flooding, where they're built high enough up that flooding has never gotten there before in the history of their lifetime. So this is a tragedy that took place. And by the way, this is personal because I know people who lost children. There are funerals that are taking place.
Just to be clear, you're saying that there
finish talking about the funeral for a second?
He did finish, by the way. There was an obvious pause.
You're saying
Let him finish,
coming up like
Destiny.
15 times. So you're saying there are no citizens saying that they don't want to use the American Rescue Plan funds. They didn't want to use that money because they thought Biden would take their homes.
I'm going to go back to what I said.
That transcript doesn't exist.
But can you let Ben finish, given he was talking about the funerals of dead children?
I have friends whose kids
Please let
died.
him
You don't
finish
care.
what he was
He
saying.
doesn't care. As long as he admits he doesn't give a fuck about the dead kids. That's okay.
You know
As long
what,
as he doesn't
Destiny?
care,
You don't give a
admit it.
fuck about the
Admit
dead
it.
kids, do you?
Admit it. I do.
Because you thought it was funny. You thought it was.
Yeah, dude, no offense, but if I saw this guy does look like he's on the verge of crying, but also I think that if Steven said this shit in real life, he would get fucking pimp slapped, dude. This is internet shit. And by the way, let's admit it. Destiny made this content. I've been moral frogging for 5 or 6 hours. No, I've been moral frogging for 4 hours. So I've been moral frogging for 4 hours, but Steven has given me the gift of the thing to moral frog about. And Piers Morgan was given the gift of bringing Steven onto his channel in order to excoriate him, and gave us all the gift of Steven being so abrasive that he's making a state-level Texan staffer cry on live television, okay? Let's just admit it. Let's just admit it. This is peak content. It's peak content. However, if that guy was in the actual same room as Steven, and he says, hey, fuck you, man. I just got done going to some of the funerals because these people are in my community. And Steven says, fuck you. You don't give a shit about dead kids because you didn't take Biden money. Then I would half expect that guy to cry, half expect that guy to cock back and fucking slap the shit out of Steven. And by the way, if I was there, if Steven starts getting his fucking head kicked in, I'll prevent him from getting killed, but I will not prevent him from getting slapped in the fucking face. Okay? If he says that shit to that dude's face and he gets slapped in the face, I'm going to be like, you said some crazy shit to somebody in real life, bro. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? I would expect to get slapped like a motherfucker if I said that shit. 100%.
I'm not the one voting to take money away
You
from these
thought
things.
it was
I
funny
think
to
it's
go
fun-
on X and talk about,
Piers,
I heard God killed those kids because they weren't using a NordVPN to get around the Texas porn ban.
From the
That is
party of
disgusting.
Kino content. If Steven gets slapped, I am not going to cry.
I thought comedy was
You're
legal
the one
again.
using dead
Jokes
children
on
in a
Twitter
grotesque
don't kill
manner.
people.
So let me just lay
Jokes
that down
on
for the
Twitter.
record.
This is the strongest point right here.
Just to be clear, let me lay it down as well. How many people did my joke kill?
No, it's just disgustingly tasteless.
Exactly.
You're a sick man.
And then how many kids died because there's no siren system because people like this guy over here made up the lie that Biden was going to steal your homes if you accept the American Rescue Plan. If you accept American Rescue Plan money. Exactly.
I never made that up.
The difference is
I would like to hear Ben.
Whoops.
I would like to hear Ben finish the story he was telling us when he was talking about the funerals of dead children. So let him finish that, please.
Would it be nice if we didn't have the funerals? Wouldn't that be better?
Can we mute him?
Rather than you talking about why you were right to crack a sick joke. Ben.
Okay. I go back to the point here. This flood did not ask if you were
10 minutes ago, I said she should have moderated her campaign, and she should have run it for 2 years. You're right. 120 days is not enough. And her 2019 primary run was used against her to beat the shit out of her. Absolutely.
liberal or conservative, rich or poor, black or white, or anything else in between. People lost their lives, and many people lost their lives trying to save kids in an unprecedented flood. If we could go back, I'm sure this community would have said, we'll figure out a way to have the money. You're dealing with an area that has a lot of volunteer first responders and firefighters. Can I finish, please? Like, maybe you'll learn something and not be such a tool.
You just lie.
You don't live there. You don't know. You've never been there. I've been there. I've talked to people. You don't know anybody that died in this flood.
That's a weak line of argumentation. You don't know anybody who died in this flood. You don't live here. You don't know. And Steven's like, I read the fucking transcripts from the hearings.
POS,
about it.
that's
That
who
you should
you
feel
are.
like an
I
even
would
bigger
like to
piece of
finish my
shit.
point, Piers.
Finish it, Ben.
Thank you. There are people that died in this flood helping try to save the lives of others. There are elderly that died. I know people that lost children in this flood. They would love to go back and have a different warning system. By the way, we don't know if the warning system would have changed anything at all. The warnings came out early. Unfortunately, there's spotty cell phone there. Everyone's talking.
Yeah, that's why they were talking about installing a siren system within the location. That's actually what they were talking about. So yes, a siren system that prompts evacuation would have helped.
About this. I'm sure there's people in the community that wish they would have maybe done something different in the past. Hindsight's 2020. But to say that the community decided not to do this because of some insane theory you've come up with, which is not true or based in fact. It was based on a small rural community with not a lot of tax base and a very expensive price tag for something. And for you to sit here and to somehow decide that this is a place to say something so sick. I'm assuming you don't have kids. I have 6-year-old and 8-year-old kids. If you talk to parents that are planning their child's funerals are happening tomorrow and the next day here in Houston.
Yeah, you get the shit fucking rocked. You get your shit rocked for sure.
I think you would have a little bit of a soul and a heart for them, but instead.
Probably not. Let's be real. Steven's the same person everywhere he goes. It's you either think it's funny or you don't.
You're out here putting this crap out there, and it's really sad. I hope you get help.
Let me bring in Brian. Brian, I want to talk just about a wider point connected to what Destiny posted, for which he shows no regret at all, which is entirely his.
Rick Montana says, I suppose that was the idea with embracing Liz Cheney, whether that picked up more than they lost with far lefties or how salvageable those types were. Okay. Yeah, Rick Montana, but that was counterproductive because no Republicans like fucking Liz Cheney. She's Dick Cheney's fucking daughter. Bush was responsible for the war in Iraq, but the truth is that fucking Dick Cheney was the architect of the war in Iraq. Playing footsie with Liz Cheney was fucking crazy. Even neocons probably don't like Liz Cheney, and Dick Cheney is the best neocon of the past 100 years. But he was a vampire. He was Darth Vader. He predated on the American taxpayer in order to do a bloody regime change war in a shithole country that half of America couldn't even find on a map. Liz Cheney was the exact wrong person to warm up to. The person that she should have gone after is Adam Kinzinger. That's who she should have gone after. Crazy. I swear to God, DC, if DC didn't have bad optics, they would have no optics at all.
His choice, but I can say my feelings, which I have. You know, a former appointee to a Houston city board said that Camp Mystic, where most of these poor young girls were at the time, was white-only, conservative and Christian, said Sade Perkins, a former member of the Houston...
Yeah, she was a fucking massive piece of shit.
...Food Insecurity Board. Said in a TikTok video, so take a look.
I know I'm probably going to get canceled for this, but Camp Mystic is a whites-only girl...
This lady deserves to get slapped as well, by the way.
Christian camp. They don't even have a token Asian. They don't have a token black person. It is, if this were a group of Hispanic girls out there, this would not be getting this type of coverage that they're getting. No one would give a fuck. And all these white people, the parents of these little girls, would be saying things like they need to be deported.
Now, A, I think that's completely untrue, what she said. B, it's completely disgusting to say that in the aftermath of this, when these poor girls, many of them are still missing, presumed dead. But then there's a pediatrician called Dr. Christina B. Probst, who's been fired after posting on social media. She's a pediatrician, this woman. May all visitors, children, non-MAGA voters, and pets be safe and dry. Kerr County MAGA voted to get FEMA. They deny climate change. May they get what they voted for. Bless their hearts. And my question, Brian, putting that together with what Destiny posted, which again, for the record, I thought was disgusting, Destiny. I've told you. You can defend it as much as you like, but it was just a sick, awful thing to post. And if you had any humanity about you would delete it. But that's...
Listen, let's just say a quick statement of gratitude. Thank you, Stephen, for saying something so fucking repulsive on social media that you gave us content for today. Thank you, Stephen. You're also a fucking asshole. Brandon Zero says, you know what the funniest thing about this panel is the comments in this video in r/Destiny. They grabbed a lot of them and it seems they were Team Destiny. Lol. That's crazy, crazy, crazy. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. I'm sure Ben will have a discussion with Destiny on the COVID stuff. He won't be a spineless coward, right? Ooh. Wait, why does Destiny have to wait to let that dude finish his sentence when the guy has literally interrupted Destiny every time? I'm here for Destiny to be unhinged as fuck, and I wasn't disappointed. Ben interrupting Destiny every time he gets past one sentence is okay, but if Destiny interrupts Ben, Piers immediately jumps on Destiny. Piers licking his lips anytime Destiny makes a messed up, edgy tweet. Conservatives during California fires. It was DEI and liberals. Conservatives during Texas flooding. We need to understand what happened to fully contextualize the situation. How is a tasteless joke on Twitter worse than actually denying funding to the very thing that could have saved lives? What a ludicrous perspective. How many kids died because of my joke? Nebraska Steve was cooking. Listen. Half of these people are fucking DGG, but it is funny to me that they're top comments with tons of likes and tons of engagement. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's all DGG. Listen, dead kids, messed up, bad optics, Stephen bad, okay? What? It's bad. What do you want me to say? But I think it's so funny. It's so funny. All the comments actually understand the point being made. Piers Morgan has been taken over by DGG. That is crazy.
Entirely your decision. But Brian, I've seen this on the other side too. I've seen this during the Biden administration when terrible things happen, that there's a race for people to get political, to play a race card or play this card or play that card, or just show a shocking inhumanity. And it's the very worst of society when that happens. What do we do about this? I think it's fueled by social media. People wouldn't be able to get the audience for this kind of thing without TikTok, without Facebook, without X and so on. But it's a sick thing that this goes on when these terrible tragedies happen.
Look, I obviously can't speak for what
Kevin Crook says, mad about a joke, but you're not mad about conspiracy rotted brains that killed kids because of Biden. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm a pretty harsh critic of the Trump administration and a pretty harsh critic of MAGA in general. So I don't know if you're talking about me or talking in general.
But some random person on
he's
the
never
internet
been.
tweeted about Camp Mystic. All I can say is look, I try to have some sense of the fact that there are as many Republicans in California as there are in Texas, and there are as many Democrats in Texas as there are in major big blue bastions. And so I try to focus on that and recognize that a lot of these people are a lot of these people are fighting against the same system that I would be fighting against, and I would obviously not attack folks in Texas. But I would point out that Ben said that these storms aren't partisan, and that we have to try. I can't remember what Ben said, but the reality is that while the wildfires were raging in California, Ben and Ted had a podcast where they just attacked where they attacked Governor Newsom and Karen Bass, and that was while the fires were still raging. And so,
yes, and Paul Pelosi was attacked with a hammer, and that Democratic state lawmaker, I think 2 Democratic state lawmakers in whatever the state that the new VP was going to be from, Kamala's running mate, Tim Walz, whatever state he's from, some of their state legislatures got murdered. Yes, the right wing has fucked up rhetoric and violence associated with it, 100%. Yes.
Spare us the grandstanding and the virtue signaling about how this stuff doesn't get partisan. This was here's Ted Cruz's tweet. Right now, everyone is horrified watching the LA wildfires. In today's episode of Verdict, we break down the catastrophic policy decisions made by Gavin Newsom and LA Mayor Karen Bass. While the wildfires were still raging in Los Angeles, while I was standing
Okay, but the question is, are these things descriptively true? Because Steven is using a joke about dead kids in order to draw attention to MAGA hypocrisy and the policy failures of gutting social institutions. And Ted Cruz is saying, oh, what a disaster. Let's talk about policy. I don't think these are the same things. And actually, if anything, I view this as Democrats using Steven's kind of rhetoric. They're saying simultaneously, like, oh, well, Stephen's rhetoric is acceptable because this is the rhetoric that was said. The rhetoric that they're saying is nowhere near as egregious as what Stephen said. And also on top of that, if it's descriptively true that there's policy failures, I don't give a shit if it's a Democrat and I don't give a shit if it's a Republican. Let's fix the policy failures if they're descriptively true. Ah, son of a bitch. Being focused on the truth is so annoying.
on my roof in LA, spraying down my house with a hose to make sure that my house wouldn't set on fire when the fire was down the street within 1 mile of my house.
Did you listen to the show?
And so Ted Cruz decided to come out and make his entire episode, which, by the way, there is not.
So I'll tell you what we said because I was on that show.
Excuse me, let it finish. You were crying so much about people interrupting. Let it finish.
I know. Ben is like arguing for destiny.
You
to be
said we did a show. You're
up.
putting words in our mouth of something we didn't
I'm not.
say.
I read the tweet. Verbatim. That's
did
what
you
I did.
listen
But
to
while
the
Ted-
show?
while-
No,
I
did you
actually-
read the book? I'll tell you
Did you
what
watch
we
the
did,
Lifetime
Piers.
movie? Did you see the
What
documentary?
we did was we talked
There is
about
not a
the
situation
decisions
where
that were
Ted Cruz
made
will not.
in
There is not a
favor
situation where
of-
Ted.
Sean Kaplan for $10. Thank you for the donation, King. Says, further back, you said that Destiny takes a better Epstein position due to deductive reasoning. I think your inductive reasoning, all signs point to, is equally, if not more valid. Well, Sean, I mean, I appreciate your donation and I appreciate your comment. I just think that deductive reasoning is a stronger place to fight from. Because if Steven says, well, do you have any video footage of him being killed? I'm going to say no. If he says, do you have any CIA or Mossad sources saying that Jeffrey Epstein is an intel asset? No. Do you like he could go down a long list of gaps in the evidence that I'm using to arrive at my position and then say, you don't have sufficient evidence in order to make the statements that you're making. I'm still comfortable making them, but I'm just saying from a debate strategy perspective, I think that's stronger ground to fight from. Thank you for the donation, by the way. Quick shill time. We hit like 150, 160 today. I know it's Destiny drama and it's spicy drama as well, so that's inflating numbers a little bit. But we were at 200 on Counterpoints the other day, which is great. Considering I'm having content spread between 2 channels, this crossover is fantastic. So like the stream, engage with chat, comment on the VODs on the Counterpoints channel, Donate super chats if you got them. Donate memberships if you see the button. I parasocially love you, even though you're pissing me off.
Well, let Ben say what he thinks he said. Let's listen to Ben.
I'll redo the show in a very quick form. What we talked about were the decisions that were made with underbrush not being cleared out and the massive warnings that were coming. We also talked about what the fire chief said about those warnings. We talked about the lack of water pressure. We talked about.
Sorry, real quick. Michael M says, is there anyone associated with Midas Touch that you want to collab with? Adam Mockler. I think Adam Mockler is a cool dude. We're actually in each other's DMs. He's a cool guy.
Then cleaning up some of the holding tanks. We talked about also the fact that there were certain things that were done to save fish over having the ability to fight these types of fires and everything that went into it. We talked about the decisions that were made that then made for a poor response that made you have to be on your roof, as you described it, spraying down because there wasn't adequate decisions that were made with those winds that came through with the underbrush.
You think the reason that I was on my roof was because while the Santa Ana winds were ripping through LA at 100 miles per hour and 50,000 acres of LA were burning, that some bogus fucking story about the smelt, about Delta smelt is why LA was burning? You're a joke, bro. You have no idea what you were talking about. You have no idea what you're talking about.
And by the way, I'm sorry. I'm going to side with, okay, Republicans would not fix the problem. Hear me, listen to me. Republicans would not fix this problem, okay? If anything, their fiscal conservative bullshit would make the problem worse. However, the Democrats, being in strong positions of power in California for decades, and not building desalination plants alongside the Pacific Ocean pisses me off to no end. California is like, what is the percentage of California's GDP? I think it's one of the largest. I think if it's like top 50 GDPs in the world. California GDP compared to countries. If California were a country, its economy would be the fourth largest in the world. California's GDP at $4.1 trillion surpasses that of Japan, making it the state that trails only the United States, China, and Germany in terms of economic output. That's fucking crazy. And the fact that they've been like, we got water problems, we got water problems, we got water problems, we got water problems. And it's like, bitch, you spend trillions of dollars. Well, not trillions. You spend hundreds of billions of dollars on state infrastructure every single gosh darn year, and you are sitting next to endless ocean, and you don't think it's worth a few $billion in order to create your own safe, secure, abundant water supply? What's your problem? I would turn California into a verdant, sprinkler-filled paradise. And yet Californians refuse. Pisses me off to no end. Anyways.
I'm quoting the people.
Oh, sorry, real quick. I did get a super chat. Vlad Darius Serban gives 50 RON. I don't know what currency that is, but thank you for the donation, King. W Stream. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you.
There is no amount of water pressure in the world through these hydrants that are going to be able to put out 50,000 acres of fire. Yes, you did. You're talking about smelt and you're talking about no water pressure.
I didn't say that.
Short Stack Goblin says, Connor, you call Tiny a sociopath, but the reality is in a world full of destinies, we have less child funerals to be toxic at. Who is sociopathic then? That's not the evaluation of what a sociopath is. Let's look at it. Disregard for social norms or laws, Stephen. Lack of empathy or remorse, no offense, Stephen. Impulsivity and aggressiveness, Stephen. Deceitfulness or manipulation, I'm not going to say that. I think Stephen is honest a healthy chunk of the time. However, there is a track record of when he wants to get his way and the world is preventing him from getting him what he wants. He can play a few games. Irresponsibility, failing to meet obligations such as work or financial stuff, I would actually say that's not Stephen at all. Stephen actually spends a disproportionate amount of time being a workaholic. And then also, we have the definition over here. Non-criminal sociopaths are Machiavellian. I don't think Stephen is purely Machiavellian, but I think he can be Machiavellian sometimes. He's narcissistic. This is me calling the kettle black, right? I'm narcissistic. I'm self-obsessed, right? But let's just say it. Creators are self-obsessed. Reputation motivated. Stephen, I would say he's at least partially reputation motivated. Psychopathic, meaning free of empathy. And then they also mentioned predator/parasite. I think that Stephen, people argue about sympathy versus empathy. I think Stephen, the way that I use it is that empathy, it might be reversed, but just listen to the definitions I say. I use empathy to describe the fact that you can project you being in somebody else's shoes, and then you can understand their position. I actually think Stephen is quite astute and is capable of empathy in that regard. Sympathy, the way that I use it, I understand people argue about definitions. The way that I use it is feeling the vicarious pain of others. When I think about the drowned kids, I get vicarious pain. When I think about the African women watching their kids die of preventable disease, I get vicarious pain. When I think about Ukrainians unnecessarily getting killed because of the Trump admin, I get vicarious pain. I do not think Stephen experiences vicarious pain. And if he does, he doesn't reflect that in his rhetoric. So, no. Stephen could create heaven on earth through astute technical prescriptions, and he could still be sociopathic. So, no. Being sociopathic has nothing to do with competency.
But if you turn on every hydrant, you know this. You lose water pressure. That's not what I said, by the way.
Let me grant you the larger point, though. And I think the point that you're trying to make, I'll grant you this, even though you don't deserve it, and you're just going to spew a bunch of bullshit about smelt
don't give
and
me
water
any charity,
pressure.
okay, brother?
But let me grant you the larger point and say that there are still things that people could do. And I'm not here to argue that California did a perfect job or does a perfect job with regard to how they manage
Okay, but this can also be said of Texas, you smug prick.
all of this stuff.
Gen X says, hey, what did you use your degree for today? Did you mean you got a new job? Whoever said that they got their degree. I think it might have been Vlad, but if it was somebody else, my apologies. Whoever said they used their law degree today. Ben Ted says, sup. What's up? Back to you, brother.
But to that point, then, do you think it's maybe a little stupid that Trump would fire 10% of NOAA's workforce, which is about 1,300 staffers and researchers? Do you think it's a good idea, then, that Trump called for reducing NOAA's workforce by a further 17%, which would be another 2,000 staffers and researchers? Do you think it's a good idea that Trump slashed 20% of FEMA's workforce?
Yeah.
Do you think it's a smart idea to phase out FEMA completely? Do you think it's a smart idea that 25% of NWS's...
LB, that's sociopath shit. What did you say that was descriptively wrong? It is a camp for white Christians, Heritage Foundation types. Number one, they probably would have liked a black girl or let a black girl in. They probably just don't know any black people. And then number two, the implication is like, oh, well, the media cares more about this because it's white girls. That could be fucking true. But then she also went on to say some vile fucking shit on her Twitter where she's like, yeah, fuck these Christian bitches. You know, they fucking deserve it. I think she called them see you next Tuesdays. I know for a fact that there was a city councilman who said like little see you next Tuesdays about the girls that died. And again, the same way that I said, if Stephen was saying the wild shit that he was saying in person and somebody who was personally affected by it slapped them in the face, if somebody slapped that woman in the face for calling dead kids see you next Tuesdays, I would have no problems. No problems with that.
Stations lack a meteorologist. All of this stuff is
so let's go back to the basics here. If you're asking about the size of government and the president making a decision to reduce the size of government when it makes sense, I have no issue with that. By the way, the staffing and the lies that were put out by many on the left and the media was that there was understaffing when it came to the warnings that were coming out from
Come on, Destiny, I believe in you.
From the National Weather Service. That was a lie. They were staffed above normal staffing levels. They held people over the day before and the night of the storm in Texas. They had double the staff on staff when the storms were hitting. There's a timeline of all the texts that were going out and the warnings that were going out. And so you're acting as if Donald Trump caused a problem with the flood and the response to it in the warning system, which is a lie. When you have double the staff, which is the protocol, by the way, under Obama, under Biden, and under George Bush. So this is nonpartisan, and everyone showed up for work and people were held over. You're now just trying to score political points on the lives of dead children for political reasons.
Okay,
Yeah, this is raw hypocrisy. Yep. Yep. If you're dunking on the Palisades fire, which by the way, 12 people did die in the Palisades fire, while it is a less deadly event, yeah, then I think people can dunk on you 100%. Turnabout is fair play descriptively.
Hang on. Let me bring in Natalie because it should be waiting patiently. Natalie, when I read out what Destiny posted there, what was your feeling about that?
Well, I think that's probably the textbook definition of what it means to be a grifter, trying to profit off of dead children by pumping NordVPN and your promo code. It's
Fuck. NordVPN marketing team is going to commit suicide. You know what? That's on Steven, man. If the NordVPN fucking guy commits suicide, that's on fucking Steven, okay? Steven's laughing, and if you don't understand why I'm laughing, Steven doesn't have a financial relationship with NordVPN. He plugged them with a fake promo code as a part of the joke. And Steven is also not saying things he doesn't believe. He's being hyperbolic and or joking about some stupid shit. It's a dumb fucking tweet. You guys can think it's funny. I think the NordVPN aspect is funny. I think the rest of it is repulsive. I think normies are going to be repulsed by it. And I think it's bad optics and bad tactics. But hey, we're talking about it. So I guess we can't be hypocrites. We have to thank Steven for the content. Ah, Christ almighty.
Comprehensive. Just
to be
pretty
clear, that's
sure
not my
you're an
promo code, and
atheist.
that's
You
not
don't
the
believe
definition
in
of a
God.
grifter.
You certainly
Okay,
don't believe in traditional marriage. So
what?
I would expect nothing less that you would double down and defend it. Blows my mind. I mean, I agree comedy's important, but I don't think, no offense, maybe shouldn't be a stand-up comedian if you want to start your career by posting about dead children. It's
Agreed. Be the next Anthony Jeselnik.
really not all that funny. And it really wasn't even a joke. You were trying to profit off of it. So I think that's sort of a compounding evilness to what you did.
What do we do, Natalie?
So real quick for compounding evilness, just so I could read this because entered into the record. Okay, I'm just curious if Ben wants to say, is this quote fake? Okay, so there's hundreds of these quotes. All right, at a county meeting, okay, where the citizens are giving feedback on whether or not they should use the American Rescue Plan funds. All right.
Isn't desalinization expensive? Yes. Isn't California the 4th richest country on the planet and it's not even a country? Yes.
Citizen Mr. R says there's not just a lack of transparency, but the Biden administration is pulling the wool over our eyes. If we see what's actually written, we make a clear decision. This is wrong. Texas has been going in the right direction. I moved from Washington State a year ago. Washington is just falling lockstep with whatever this admin wants to do, and we are watching with clarity the damage. As far as COVID and the recovery money, the majority of the damage has been caused by the government. We're doing well. I'm a retired firefighter. EMS, I love law enforcement. Do no harm is going by the way. So let me finish one more sentence. Do no harm is going by the wayside from, we're all familiar with that and it's heartfelt, but it's going by the wayside for now. What would be money that would go against everything that we believe, whatever good is in it, I don't want it. Are you telling me that comment and the hundreds of others like it are fake? Can you give me a yes or no before you ramble about whatever irrelevant stuff is? Are those comments fake?
I'm going to go back to what I want to say. You said what you said. I'm going to say it.
Answer.
Number one,
this is why you
that's one. I'm answering the damn question, dude. Like, just chill for
Then how about you give a yes or no first?
a second. Drink whatever hemp juice or that is. Okay,
keep going.
All right. So number one, that's one person. Number two,
desalinization isn't some tech that's without massive problems. What? Boiling water so it doesn't have salt in it, or using what's the problems with desalinization? You create brine. Problems with desalinization. I'm sorry. This is the most brain dead shit ever, is people bitching about desalinization. Desalination plants, while providing a crucial source of fresh water, face several significant challenges primarily related to high energy consumption. Who gives a shit? You're the fourth biggest economy on the planet. Environmental impacts. Who gives a shit? You're the fourth biggest economy on the planet. And high costs. Who gives a shit? You're the fourth largest economy on the fucking planet. You should have guaranteed water, and you shouldn't be telling your citizens that they can't take long showers because of a water shortage. That's fucking crazy. Invest in your infrastructure.
You weren't so dumb. If you weren't so dumb, if you weren't
scroll down and find another one if you want.
If you weren't good, you found two. If you weren't so dumb, go Google the size.
You think they don't exist?
Go Google the size of the Comfort, Texas City Hall. You can't fit hundreds of people in any meeting there, you moron.
Oh, wow. Something totally unrelated to the primary point being made. Good job, dumbass.
Found one. You act like there's thousands that showed up. They did not
thing
show up
called
and say that on the record. Are there
and
people that
can
said
go
things on the
in,
internet?
and then the
There
people
are
can
some.
go out.
But if you look at how small the
you can bring
community
5 in and
is,
5 out. If you see a room that can only fit 10
would know
people,
that
did you know
you're
that
being-
100 people
Again,
can fit
you'll-
in that
I
room
believe
and 10
you'll
go
believe
in
anything.
and 10
I
leave?
do.
Do we
I
forget
believe
this
that
now? We don't.
Again, if you understood the size of the town, which you don't.
What does that have to do with the fact that the town voted against using ARP funds? He's not refuting the main point.
You don't care because you're literally trying to make money off the dead people.
You're the one who's getting kids killed, and I can't wait for the next
this
once
is an
in a
insane
lifetime
thing that you're
disaster in
saying.
Texas.
You
the
moron.
next time the power grid freezes, the next time another flood happens in dipshits like Europe, you're saying,
It's
could we
gotta
have ever
suck
seen it
to
coming?
make a living
But hey, you know
selling
what?
this shit
At least
online.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is out
It's
here
gotta
proposing
be a miserable
legislation
life.
to stop the Jews from putting clouds in the sky. So thank God we have you guys working hard on the problem, okay, to stop
Piers,
the weather
how do you
modification
find
program
these people?
from Bill Gates. Thank
You
God.
stay up
Thank
till
you.
3
Thank you
a.m.
so
and
much.
watch the internet?
Thank you, God. Thank you, God.
Okay, Brian. Let's just talk on a bigger picture about because it's interesting to me. The whole Epstein thing, for example, I think has been fueled, the sequence of events, by what Elon Musk put on X, and he's now creating a third party. He says he is the America Party. It's never worked before, but we've never had somebody with his money or social media firepower to drive it. So I don't think it should.
Short Stack Goblin says, Connor, you again assume this was impulsive. The firefighter thing was planned. I'd assume this was as well. But you mean that Steven was like, I can piss off a lot of people by being unhinged on Twitter about this? Probably.
Be dismissed out of hand. How dangerous an enemy can Elon Musk turn out to be for Donald Trump?
And I don't care about that. Okay. I'm going to give you a summary. And then, to be honest, even though it's a little early, I might rap just because... Oh, no, I can't rap. I literally can't rap. I have to hang out. I have to find additional content. Fudge. Okay. Let me think about what we're doing. Let me think about the game plan. Let me do the rap real quick, okay? So, in reference to that content, I think Steven is being unhinged. I think he's being a bit of a psychopath. I think it's funny that he's being a psychopath. However, the main thing that was funny was the NordVPN discount code while he's being a total asshole on the internet. I do think that he does deserve the heat that he's getting, but I think he also knows what he's doing. I think that I have a 90% DGG, like where they're like, hey, this is funny in chat, whereas 10% of them are like, no, this is pretty messed up, actually. And so that's what I would say. I'm not losing sleep over it. I do understand it's a joke. I do think it's bad optics. I do think that it endangers some of his relationships with organizations like Pang Burn and Un-F America. That being said, he has given me the gift of content, and so who am I to complain? So yeah, so there we go. End of rant. I'm going to engage with chat now. Neetep says, Connor, sympathy is why I generally consider Stephen Fry to be a better speaker than Hitchens. He feels a lot, and that bleeds through in his words. True. True. Hitchens can often be quite sociopathic, and same thing with Dawkins. Dawkins has like a fucking lizard brain as well. AKA Badasui says, oh, sorry, quick shill before we lose people. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage in the chat, comment on the VODs, donate if you got it, super chats if you got it, memberships whenever we get that figured out. AKA Badasui says, yes, he did. Timothy, he argued with 10 minutes saying Trump said it. Interesting. Timothy Douglas says, he said Trump said that people protesting with the neo-Nazis were very fine people. I don't care about the very fine people meme anymore. Trump obviously swept for plenty of far-right people. I don't care about the specifics of the very fine people quote. Rises for 25. Thank you, King. I mean, if your vote contributes to the end result of something bad, why should I help you? Wait, what? Why should I help you if you think your vote was still a good choice? Because we're all Americans. I mean, you might not be. You might be from Hong Kong or whatever, but you should still help people even if they're pieces of shit. That's the foundation of Christianity. As a matter of fact, like 99% of Christian morality is even if someone's a piece of shit, you still help them, which is why a lot of Republicans are sociopathic lizard monster freaks. Leopards and Faces says, they're so dumb, they thought the NordVPN link was real. Well, so did I for a second. I mean, like, obviously that's pretty dumb. Why would you say something so crazy? But maybe if Steven didn't like the sponsorship, then he could do that. And I think that would be funny. Joda Boy says, what if Surfshark VPN gave Destiny a sponsorship now? LB says, Destiny just had the balls to say what plenty of people are thinking. Okay, then he can take the flack associated with what plenty of people are thinking because I think it's sociopathic. So, yeah. Dylan Thomas says, I'm so mad at Destiny for not picking the best quote. Not sure what that's related to. Dr. Zai says, NordVPN, the best VPN to download ethical. Whoa. Hey, I thought you were talking to me, not talking about that. Jeez. Rob says, I thought the problem is just scale from energy and cost. Obviously, it would be useful if the monetary incentive isn't there due to cheaper sources. Nobody is doing it. Yeah, that's dumb. That's very dumb. That's very, very, very dumb. If you have a cheaper cost, but you're destroying an environment by not investing, that is called stupid. I know we live in a capitalist system, but I think that's very dumb. Leopards and Faces says, Connor figures out bailing billions of gallons is expensive as fuck. Okay. And problem? Nukes. Get nukes now. Nukes is expensive. Do nukes. True Zealot says, wait, high energy costs for desalinization, you boil water, desalinization, and for general electricity. Is there no way no one thought to combine the two and piggyback existing systems? No, they thought about it. They just don't want to invest because they're idiots. Short Stack Goblin says, your desalinization thing is dumb. Stop being Warhammer brained. No. Nope. Pound sand. NTEP says, from what I understand, they didn't. The money was just used for the sirens, not used for the siren system. Got it. Audiolion says, to be clear, Destiny isn't helping anyone doing gotcha statements. Sure. Except for me, because he gave me content, and you guys gave me super chats. So, realistically, he helped me. I love how triggered Destiny makes these people. Yeah, he triggers me too. Overload says he's willing to debate anyone on these people in long-form debates. True. Vlad says, all right, Connor in chat, nice hanging out with you today. I'm going to go get effed up. Have a nice rest of the day. Have a great one as well, Vlad. Thank you. Christian Falera says, oh no, Connor has to do his job. No, it's at 2:30. My brain is fried. I am fried right now. I started early and I took drugs, but I have to do Valor Reacts, which is, I'm actually going to text the guy and see if he can come early. Sager's No says, on the California is rich, so why not do the widespread desalinization? You're underestimating the cost of this. It would be a Medicaid care level expense. I don't think so. I don't think so. How much does each, Google, how much does a desalinization plant cost? The cost of building a plant can vary significantly, but generally ranges from 300 million to over $1 billion. Seawater desalinization, smaller brackish water. Okay, so it's a bit. Let's just go with the high end, $1 billion. How much is California's state budget? 322 billion. Out of 322, you can carve off 5 to 10 for desalinization plants. 100% you could. Timothy Douglas says, my lies are reality, and I know that because I've said it. Interesting. Leopards and Faces, that 10% are optic cucks who don't matter. Leopards and Faces, you are going to hurt yourself in the long term. Sacred Snow says, expense is the main argument. Okay, well, they have a $331 billion budget, and each plant costs $1. So blow it out your booty. Short Stack Goblin says, Connor, if you want to keep on topic, Loaderbox was reviewing the local council tapes 3 to 4 hours ago. Nope. I would rather eat glass than watch city council meetings. This is happening says California spent $8 billion in 2022 to increase water supply, and desalinization is actually a part of it, but watchdog groups fight because there are cheaper ways. Yeah, well, fuck the watchdogs is what I say. Brencan says, Connor, I really like how you think. Thank you. Brencan, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Rob says, Connor, no disagreement that capitalist incentives are short-sighted and dumb. Wasn't making a prescriptive claim that the reasons people aren't investing in desalinization is reasonable. Gotcha. All right. Do you care about the environment or what? Nope. I do not care about random little slugs and guppy fish at the expense of actually civilizing the West. Timothy Douglas says, you're honestly too stupid to have any dialogue with, but I think he's talking to somebody in chat. And guess what? I caught up with chat. So let's shield real quick before we move into, let me see if Dan is the guy that is, sorry, 1 second. I got a comment. And you AI enough with this stupid commercials. What? Anyways, the point is that we're supposed to be doing Valor Reacts. And Valor Reacts is basically, let me check in with Dan. What's dial-in info? Do you have an email I can send a link to? Question mark. Also, are you available earlier? Like now. Lol. Philip attachment, blah, 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 blah. Yep. Good day. Cool. All right. I'm sorry I'm being boring. And if I lose you, that's totally okay. But what I'm doing right now is we're supposed to be doing something called Valor Reacts. So Rises, Vlad, Sean Kaplan, Old School, Shadow 2 Bravo, True Zealot, and Tagarung, I want to thank you for your donations today. And Valor Reacts is effectively what we're doing right now. And but instead of reacting to random geopolitical drama, we wanted to react to clips of various war films and action films. And today I plan on doing Gladiator. So Gladiator, first battle. I wanted to break that down. Then, God, I love Gladiator. Gladiator, North African fight. Gladiator, North African. Gonna open that one. Then, so if I lose you, I'm not gonna be offended. I want you guys to stay. I want you to hang out with me. I want you to chat in my chat. I want you to have a good time. But Gladiator, what's the next battle? The Chariot battle. And then
whatever comes out of these gates.
I'm going to do Gladiator versus the Champion. Gladiator. And there's no, right here already, we probably have enough content that we will do like 2 hours of content right here. And then Gladiator versus Commodus. There's no way we're getting through all of this, which is awesome, by the way. So ideally, I'm bringing in Army Special Forces guy and a Navy Federal guy, a Navy guy. And we are going to watch this stuff together, and we're going to pause intermittently in order to break it down. So that's the game plan. Thank you. 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 Cool. Do you have an email I can send a link to? Are you available earlier like now? Lol. Flaming arrows are Hollywood bullshit. Flaming arrows are Hollywood bullshit. True. Groovy McCrout says, you hate slugs and guppies confirmed. How does it feel to be a maximum hater? Pretty good. Big In Gaming says, total cluster of that state, G's, when it comes to stuff like this. Absolutely. InPave says, Google says California has 12 desalinization plants. Get more until you're get more until California is effectively a verdant paradise. Wayman 542 says, how much would I have to donate to get all the Valor react to the $12 million study on men that led nowhere? $10? But you'd have to tell me more. What's the $12 million study on more? Tell me more. Sacred Snow says, agree to disagree. I'm a layman and maybe mistaking expert arguments for political arguments on the desalinization. That was just my impression. Okay, no problem. I'll try not to yell at you about desalinization too much. True Zealot says, what color crayon tastes best? Orange. Duh. AKA Badasui says, Destiny can go on the offensive. The dishonest part is when he chooses rhetorical strategy to make a more effective attack and doesn't give the other side its best defenses. Sure, which he could be gamifying his debate performances, but that's fine. We expect that. Rob says, Connor, at some point when you do some basic ideology for a living a good life, I would have to hear you react to This Is Water, a commencement speech by David Foster Wallace. Cool. Now, sheesh, Connor, sheesh. Yeah, eudaimonia is where I'm at right now. It's effectively Aristotelian virtue. That's what I'm trying to do, even though I'm not good at it, and I don't meditate on it enough. Joey Sunday says, Destiny has been terrified of Jay Dyer. Jay Dyer sucks, man. Joey Saturday, I'll talk like Jay Dyer. I watched his Erudite thing, and he just like walked into like a logic argumentative thing, and I didn't enjoy it at all. It was very pedantic, wildly pedantic. So yeah, like maybe Jay has better arguments than the one that I saw, but the one I saw was effectively obsessed with like words. And they weren't talking about the concepts. They were just talking about the words, which was very annoying way to debate. Okay. Well, I wish I got a text back. So what's good? Matter of fact, you know what? I'm gonna be a bum today. Okay, I'm gonna be a bum. I'm gonna be back, even though we peaked out at 150, and we also got almost a dozen donations. Seriously, Tagarung, True Zealot, Shadow 2 Bravo, Old School, Sean Kaplan, Vlad, and Rises. Thank you for your donations today. I'm gonna leave and come back. I know that means that I'm gonna get 50 viewers or 30 viewers instead of 100. I know that it's algorithmically stupid to leave and come back. But the truth is, I think I need some lunch so I can be on my best behavior when I have people over. I also told them 2:30 was when we were going to start. Going forward, I think I'm going to bump that back to 1:30. That way we can kind of tail end with additional content. And yeah, I think I'm going to leave and come back. So Dan S says, have a good day, mate. Thank you. I appreciate you. I parasocially love you guys. All right. Sen Patty says, I'm here again. What did I miss? I'm actually about to leave. I'm going to leave and come back. Grassroots, thank you. $50. Payment for missing like 80% of the stream. No problems, brother. Thank you for hanging out, and thank you for the donation. We are going to be back in an hour. 1 hour, okay? And I'm going to be back with 2 veterans. Maybe 1, but ideally 2. And what we're going to do is we're going to watch clips from the movie Gladiator, and we're going to break them down from a military, tactical, psychological, mythological, historical perspective. And it will be fire content. So be there or be square. Parasocial love to you and yours. I'll see you in an hour. Bye.